What is up, y'all, and welcome to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Five childish, stupid things atheists say and believe. James, this has to be like the top 10. No, I'm sorry.
You guys brought your helmets.
Right. The top five, right. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a childishly good time? A joyfully,
Something
weirdly...
like that.
Something, yes. Bubbles. Boop, boop, boop. But if you say Bubbles 3 times, you summon him.
Don't do it. Yeah, don't do it.
Woohoo! What is up, y'all, and welcome out there on the interwebs.
Yes.
The intertubes, in fact. I don't know how they get it through there. And if you have your 5G chip, now is your time to activate it.
Tell the guy, explain it to the guy on Discord, whatever his name was, how you get it through there.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, there's multiple odd things I have heard can be injected, both from an anti-trans person who thought that it gets injected through the hoo-hoo, which I'm pretty sure would make it explode. And then I've never found an anti-vaxxer who knows what a vaccine is, which is just a little weird to me. But please, if you enjoy the show, don't forget to like, follow on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube. Woohoo! Because that gains you access to that bell icon, which will send you reminders to see our premieres or our live streams, like our debate last night. Oh, my Lordy.
Oh, yeah.
But it was definitely an experience. And I had fun.
The after show was definitely one to remember. One for the books, as Titan would say.
And I'll say, I can't help but saying it. It was just a great whole entire day, because not only did I have that debate, but on Randolph stream, I got a very straight man to admit that semen is addictive. And
appetizer, yeah.
An appetizer, yes. What's up, everyone out there? Sending that love.
A straight family man, specifically. A good Christian family man.
And we can't even, I won't say his name, but it was name family man. And he's just addicted to semen. As you are.
I mean, hey, there's a glory hole there. I mean, something comes through it. You just got to get it, right?
Exactly. James, you can't glory God if you don't have a hole. I think it's written in the Corinthians. I think. What is up, Duchess of Clutches?
Maybe Thessalonians or Colossians, somewhere in there.
That's right. We are always chilling with cats because they are so cute. Gizmo, our producer, can finally relax.
Oh yes.
I'm a theoretical physicist. Theoretically, I could have been a physicist. What is up, Titan Uranus? Sending love out there. Stephanie Holmes, X Music. So we got a good list here. We got That's a Logical Fallacy. You're all a bunch of cognitive dissonance. Did I mention my peer-reviewed book is peer-reviewed? I'm not a physicist, but I play one on the internet. And I'm going to quote Richard Dawkins, who is a trans. And I wish it was that sophisticated. This is we're eating McDonald's tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I will say, if you are looking for high bar apologetics, you might not be getting it tonight.
Out there on Twitch.
Woo-hoo! What's up, Pat? What is up, Rechos? Oh, boom, boom, boom. Gotta send out the Twitchosphere link because that is growing.
I mean,
On the
this
march
is not
to 100.
the Roger Stone level of Christian apologetics. We're not quite setting the bar that high tonight.
That's true. This isn't Monopoly Man level. I will give it that. I will say, I was just thinking about it last night. Like, I think that his strategy is just a bad one. Like, just that attack. Because when you actually do have to put your views up to the test, a lot of it just felt awkward. At least I could feel it off him. And
Can we move on? Can we move on, Amy?
Yeah. Why do we even need to talk about religion? Oh, it's called the server is politics and religion.
I don't know. I could just be like a metaphorical theist. I don't have to believe it's literal, even though I probably do anyway. I just don't want to defend it.
I love that too because it's like it would be like an Alex Jones being like, burb, 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 burb. But about that religion thing, you could be like aliens, you could be like chemtrails.
I'm not sure that Hitler was the good guy.
Well, no, that was the most fantastic thing. Alex Jones had to say that. Yeah, he had to look at a camera and side to side and be like, no, I'm pretty sure Mustache Man and Mao and Stalin, they were all bad, but Mustache Man was
he was bad too.
The free testosterone people are still supporting my ads, right? Okay, just making sure. Oh, really? That's right. Well, I'm going to be linking it in there. Ranking it right there at twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic. What is up, Caterpillar? What is up, everyone? Roger. I know. Yo, so Monopoly Man, I will also accept Penguin in the Batman movies. That is also acceptable. That's also kind of hot. I'm just waiting for, I need to make like a movie that is just, you get possessed by the devil and he just makes you do a bunch of good things. I am possessed. Satan has consumed me. And this weekend, a bake sale.
I was just going to say that, baking cookies in the kitchen with Satan.
Doesn't sound too bad, actually.
Put little devil horns on top of the cookies. There you go.
I know he loved his dog. That's right. Well, I always say Mustache Man did at least one good thing in his life, and that was kill Mustache Man. And so I feel like that at least. But yes, and that is always funny. It's like I could kill millions of people over here, but have you heard of veganism?
Well, I mean that's like the.
Not the veganism is
that's
wrong.
The truth. Nobody is 100% evil or 100% good. Everybody has their flaws and their good points.
It sounds like the Loki trailer.
Of course, that doesn't mean everybody is in perfect balance. Obviously, some people are much more weighted to one side than the other, but
yes, like dogs, vegan, mass murdering, genocide.
Yeah, right.
I'd say far too many self-identified atheists equate the term skeptical and critical. While related, they shouldn't be conflated. Okay, Pat, you get extra points just because you rhymed, right?
Pat's a linguist.
We're just going to put that out there. But I agree. What I think often happens, what annoys me the most about other skeptics or about other atheists, and I would say 90% plus, this is the best community out there, is that sometimes we have been in this, we've been through the motions, the scripts, the 1,000-year arguments so long. We've been doing it and hearing it over and over that we have the answers kind of in the back of our head, and we want to just shout them out as quickly as possible.
Right.
And if someone is new to the Kalam cosmological argument, and they're like, "This is my first year in apologetics. Holy shit!"
I never thought about that. Why is there something rather than nothing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there must be a God.
I have a cause, and my girlfriend Betty has a cause, and it seems like after I knocked up Betty, that seemed to be a cause. Everything must have a cause, and so it's
But what about God? No, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. No,
asterisk.
no
Well, exactly. Well, the Kalam could be knocked down in its usality to theos by just changing it to everything that exists must have a cause, because Kalam is everything that begins to exist must have a cause. And that big old asterisk with begins to exist is, by the way, did you know that God never began to exist? Why didn't you say so?
I mean, and they kind of hung their hats on the fact that for a while, science was describing the Big Bang as a beginning of the universe, but I don't think they use it in that term anymore.
That's a heads I win, tails you lose, because when it's describing, when it was a solid state or a young Earth, they say it's described that way. When science says something, they go, look, it's stretching out the heavens. But the theists, the young Earthers who don't believe in the Big Bang, well, what is that? I feel like the two Christians need to get that settled.
Yes, it doesn't have to make sense. It's called cognitive dissonance. It doesn't matter to them. If they wanted to make sense, they would just be atheists. But
like I said, I think if they were truly skeptical towards, you could be a theist and you could be a skeptic, but if they were truly skeptical towards their religious positions, I think they would be agnostic, atheists, some sort of flavor. Sending love out to Knock, who I was just on his channel. We were talking about all sorts of subjects, talking about he is the same thing as James and myself, which is an agnostic, atheist, anti-theist, which are all these little separate things. However, with all of our little labels, I find that there's not a whole bunch of schisming or inner fighting among the atheists. Once again, politics maybe, but when it comes to whether a God exists, it's very clean. It's kind of the purity that I think a lot of theists are kind of searching for.
That they never seem to get. Now that they can't execute people for disagreeing with them anymore on religion, which that was James, how they enforced purity for a while.
What kind of degenerate, reprobate, horrific human beings would want to execute someone for just loving another consenting adult?
Yeah.
Kind of seems a little weird. Kind of seems like it's more of them problem. Anyway, sending love to all of the people out there. Well, and it just keeps on happening. I keep on every anti-gay person, that semen person, like the only reason that it became such a like what the hell are we talking about conversation is because it's a politically correct, like they talk about butt worms, and if you don't know how they secretly want to tie all of these different things to being gay, it would go over, I think, a lot of straight people's head. Because what they do is they don't tie it, just like the flat earther doesn't tie it to God. But that is what it is underneath. It's not until you ask them, and it's just like the balloon. Like when you ask the flat earther, is it about God? And then you ask about about butt worms or taxo. I'm still not going to say it, plasmosis. They will talk about science until you ask, is this about being gay? And then all of a sudden, they're like, of course it's about sucking a big old D. I wouldn't like that stuff if it wasn't for something that affected me.
Right. They're turning the frogs gay. Well, I guess it can turn the humans gay too.
Apparently, it could turn the humans gay. Yes, it is exactly what turned me gay. It wasn't Brad and his cute fucking eyes that never end. Anyway, we are going to be watching the opposing side. We are, in fact, skeptic and ranting on 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe. We're eventually going to get into, very soon, the opposition viewpoint. However, we just want to send a little bit of a housekeeping, a little bit of a love to all of our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, one of the best ways that can help us fund content. It's been growing, and it makes us get all of these props that kind of make me do all sorts of fun things while creationists are being very astute.
Got Rubiks out there. Hey, Rubiks.
What is up, Rubiks? Like pointing out the loving God that, James, the only qualification for getting into heaven and staying out of hell is belief. Which
you better believe.
Kinda, it's such a stupid qualification. The main reason, and I do mean stupid, is because it's something that you figure out the moment that you would die. Like, if you actually went to hell and the criteria was belief, it's like, now you know
I'm real, bitch.
I'm real, and we're now going to burn you forever, which means there's no lesson. You can't learn anything if the torture is forever.
What would the lesson be?
And the lesson would be you better fucking believe on us some bad evidence.
Don't think critically. Don't just believe out of fear. Believe based on a threat. Like,
exactly.
This is the God who intentionally hid himself my whole life and never made himself known. But
he's the world's best hide and seek player.
He's the cop who sleeps with hookers.
Listen.
Yeah.
Then I'd be a little bit more nice. Oh my God. Can I tell you, that's the other thing that was driving them crazy. And I'll keep on saying it, ladies and gentlemen. Be who you are and say it out loud, because it's the only way that it can't hurt you. Like, they found my old Twitter account.
How did they find that, by the way?
Oh, I'm sure if you just do a Google, so I don't know how they did it, but I could just imagine you could do a Google image search with an image, and you can do an image search of what other images look like, and you can find pictures of pictures, and then
similar pictures.
My thing, I mean, it's a public.
Because you've said before that you've done porn, but I don't think you ever publicly put out the name that you used.
The reason I do not talk about, I talk about my adventures, but I would never advertise or things like that, any sort of sex work or drugs or rock and roll or anything like that. I think it all should be legal. All of that stuff. You can't shame me for what I already think should be way, way, way legal.
It is pretty stupid.
I just don't think that's the focus of the most of the shows, the podcast or the channel.
At some level, you have to focus on something.
Yeah, we incorporate it because it's part of my life. So of course we're going to talk about it a little bit more, but we're going to talk about it because they are the targets of religion. Like, they consistently and the other thing I don't get is, like, I look at they're posting pictures, they're posting things I said, and it's all like tee-hee-hee, flirting with shy, awkward boys. Wow, that makes me look terrible.
Right.
I don't know. I think if you're in a college dorm, there could be a lot worse things. It was like me saying my video games and talking about dominatrixing and all a bunch of other things. It's like stuff we've all gone over. At this point, it's like
new.
I was gonna say, daily viewers of this podcast are like, we know, we got it.
Yeah. Nothing new.
And so I don't know. It was just weird to me. Just yeah.
Rubiks says him asking, "How was your time in high school? Did you even have any friends or anything? Were you
my goddess?"
Rubiks is saying it gives off in high school vibes.
Yes, that was surreal. That was surreal for many reasons.
Did you go to the prom with a fat girl?
Number one, they're like, all you insert liberal, secular, whatever people do is think about looks and identity politics. And anyway, let's talk about who was more popular in high school. Date,
was she like 400 pounds?
And and the other reason that it was very surreal, I do self-deprecation because I had a good childhood. I had a really good childhood. I had 2 different sets of groups of friends. I had a really cute prom date. I wish I was nicer to my prom date. She was adorable. I kind of figured out I was a lot of what was going on around that time. But it was just weird because all of those sorts of digs, it's like,
childish,
what are you're childish, and how do you tie it to politics, religion, policy, epistemology, anything that's real at all?
I mean, I think it's like he's trying to say, oh, you guys are not happy with the way things are because you guys have, it doesn't work for you. You guys have,
my dad.
You guys have screwed your life up, and yeah. But me, I'm 20 and I'm doing great. I've got all this money, and I've never made a mistake in my life, and I'm doing all the right things, and I'm sure within 5 years I'll be a multimillionaire. And well, yeah, you could think that when you're 20, but
that's also the kind of stuff you get in either one, you are a trust fund entitled baby, or
no,
you don't really have any of that shit.
He's not. He just,
self-made. I'm sure.
Self-made.
Definitely from Roger Stone. Exactly. He probably walked over, I imagine, a whole bunch of bags of money. Uh-oh, you stole the last fruit by the foot. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, you won. That's good. As long as you won. Yeah, it was just a surreal thing, but it was, like I said, in my opinion, that's just a thing in the Docker. I was seeing that that's 2 debates that I've tried to have on my own Debate Me Brah, where it's been they were horribly, speaking of childish, they were just childish debates.
And they basically were children, borderline anyway.
It was the one subject I could actually, if he could have addressed my things, I kind of took him for a loop in Noah. Holy moly, he was not ready for that. You could tell that he was not ready for religious views or debates at all. But when I was actually able to
grown up to be evil, so God was just I'll just kill them all now. That way they can all go to heaven. But wait a minute, if that's true, right? If kill it, then why wouldn't he want every fetus to be aborted? Because then they would all go to heaven, right?
Why would we even have this life? Just send them right.
Why would you even bother giving birth to a child so it could grow up and maybe choose to be evil and go to hell? Wouldn't it be much more humane just to abort it before it has a chance to do anything wrong, and then they all go to heaven? I mean,
and then when we actually got to healthcare, he filibustered. I had 3 different forms of statistics. One was how much healthcare, how much it costs for the average hospital visit, how much healthcare costs for the annual family, and how much it would save if we took profit out of healthcare, and basically got filibustered.
I mean, with somebody like, you know what? Honestly, I think it really comes down to. It really comes down to this, Amy. He is somebody special, Amy. You see, he gets these things because he is just so special. But if all of a sudden, if anybody gets sick and they can go to the doctor, well, then I'm not special anymore because just anybody could. You, Amy, you stupid tranny with your messed up life and all your student loan debts, that you get sick and you get to go to the hospital and you get to get taken care of, and that's not fair. Why should I have to pay for that? Why should I have to pay for your stupid mistakes, Amy? Oh, yeah.
That's okay. I got an instrument to play for you.
Yeah. There you go, Goldie. The violin. Hey, if you don't like paying the taxes that the rich pay, it's easy. Just don't earn all that money. That's easy. Just if you don't like paying millionaire taxes, don't be a millionaire, and you won't have to pay them. It's easy.
Once again, not trying to say take profit out of everything, not go to a.
We're not ready for that yet.
In fact, bringing up one of the points that this gentleman is going to bring up tonight, I don't believe it. I think James is the same way. Utopias do not exist. I don't think we will ever have a utopia. I think we'll have incremental building towards hopefully better technology. Hopefully we become
I'm optimistic.
kinder, more epic.
Maybe one day. I mean, like a true Star Trek utopia. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get there.
That's funny. I think we could get to Star Trek. I don't think Star Trek's a utopia, but sure, I get why some people would say because bad shit happens in Star Trek all the time.
Well,
but I get what you mean.
Conflict, I get what you mean. In terms of life, there's no money, there's no want, there's no poor, there's no poverty. There's no
hablo español. Do you want me to go to Mexico right now? Student loan?
Yeah. It's just, what is your net worth? So you owe more in student loan debt than the money. So therefore you suck, Amy. You're a worthless person.
I'll take it any day of the week because that means that money is not the focus. But it means that one day, hopefully, I will make way more than that. That is the goal. I want to pay the student loan debt off. And then, I would like to have money so that James and myself can hire people and we can get a crew. To be completely honest, I just want to turn this into a...
But all right. In the debate, have you ever asked somebody their net worth, and implied that if they're not mega rich, then they must be their opinion's not even worth listening to?
No, I've never asked someone about their gender and sexuality unless it was something that would trigger it. So because that guy was talking about toxoplasmosis so often, I was like, hey, how do you feel about being gay? And because I knew that it may trigger something. But generally speaking, you should stick to the topic.
But Amy, if you're a trans woman and Rachel's, then how do you guys how does that work, Amy?
Do you put it in the
how does that work, Amy? Do you have any visual representations we can see? Do you have any videos of that? Not that I want to watch it, but
yeah, exactly. Do you have we need to boycott this woman. We need to find her URL, watch these videos, and figure out for ourselves if we dislike them. Maybe over a box of Kleenex.
No, it's like when Alex Stein was on Modern Day Debate and he asked Arden, but you don't have a vagina. What do you take it up the ass? In the middle of a debate where
I wasn't going to bring it up, but that's
he really asking that in a debate?
We've learned now, I think I can say this, that they were a little bit hesitant to invite me because they didn't want another So I don't know who. I feel like you could blame Kent really for that. He kind of set himself up, right? That was really Kent's fault. But that won't happen with Kent, baby. We'll just have a nice time talking about evolution.
Alex Stein. Then yeah, Kent asked.
Alex Stein.
That was Alex Stein who asked Arden that, and then Ken Hovind asked Daria if she had a penis. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. But what is with them?
Specifically, he asked her boyfriend.
First of all, sending love to both of them. Sending love to Arden, who is an amazing human being, debater, and activist. Sending love to the Line and the Transatlantic Call-In show. But yes, I don't know what it is about our genitals. It just triggers us so much, and it's always it is always like this. Why can't you stop talking about your genitals? And it's like, okay, calm down. It's gonna be okay. But yes, with that, we are going to stop talking about my agendas. If you wonder, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because they just talk about it so much that for once we have to react. I guess we're reacting to their reacting. It's Inception. Anyway, sending love to all of...
going backwards. That means lunch won't be until yesterday.
We're devolving, James. No, really. Sending love to, once again, our Patreons, patreon.com/Amy Newman. We're trying to get a fundraiser out there to summon not the King of Pop. That I'm pretty sure most of those are dead. But to summon the King of Props, Carrot Top. Those are mostly coming in through super chats as well that we've been collecting, and we're going to do a few more streams for them, as well as exactly so that we can summon his cherry red hair. He looks good with guy liner for all the things that they make fun of him. He got really buff, and he looks good with guy liner. Though he said he got so buff that it was taking away from his act because everyone would just come up to him and they wouldn't say he was funny. They'd be like, "Man, you look good. You look jacked." And he'd be like, "Okay." And so he switched from like doing weights
to Jesus.
Exactly. God damn it.
And Jesus, he was like 6'3", dark hair, blonde, muscular.
What kills me is that Jesus, they really believe this
about your dream guy.
Yes, exactly. Dear Bible, Jesus visited me today. He was super tall. He knew how to lift.
He was really cute.
And he knows how to use his tongue, if you got what I mean.
It was 12 inches.
Infinitely long in size. Okay. Sending love to also our channel members. Our channel members have been blowing. I really am sending love. I think... I've said it before. We have a new one that I should already put up, so I should upload icon. That a new icon. But I want to get even more icons. The hard problem with getting new ones is I want them to be like really general to like they can apply open wide because like there's a piece of me that wants to be like the good slavery. I don't think that'd make a good icon though. I think that'd be like. It would come off the wrong way. They wouldn't get the joke. Where when you get, but there's a few in the Docker. Like I just want a thick Earth, like just an Earth with a big butt, and so I think that's universal, right? Sending love to our channel members with our universal badge system. Exactly. Though Aussies don't exist, I don't think. What's up, Aussie Gold? But yes, we learned the other day that not only is Mark Reid an American working for NASA, he's also British. And so I just want to give Mark Reid the award for being the most places at once. Dun, dun, dun.
He's truly a quantum man.
I know that you're not into Marvel. Okay, James, but like you need to check out the Ant-Man Quantumania trailer. It's just so good. Just putting it out there. Everyone should watch it.
Put it out.
Put it out. Unlike Gavin and Iron, who put it out somewhere different. Anyway,
Mark Reid is cool.
That's right. Mark Reid is cool, and you can check him out at markreid.com. No, that would be cool. markreid.com. YouTube.com/markreidatheism.
That might work better.
Yeah, I know. Use quotes. That's what I was thinking. It could be the good. I'm still workshopping a few, but I feel like we're going to have another round of emotes. Because I want to have, like, I'm trying to think. Just have like an emote that says a cause of a cause of a cause of a cause of a cause. Really just like subtle, silly things that like mostly the debate community would get, but like they apply so much for this. So many people do the goddamn kalam. Or the contingency argument. Ooh. I'll take
Shroud of Turin emote.
James, did you read my opening statement? No, it's just there's not many good arguments for... Not that many good arguments for Abrahamic religions. Okay. Our evolving badge system, which triggers creationists, because it doesn't matter what tier you are, over time, it just evolves. It just accumulates. We pray to time. I always love when they, like, have to insult us. They kind of have to, like, do a little dig at themselves. Like... To make that statement, to make that joke, you have to like kind of be like prayer doesn't work.
No. We know that.
Exactly.
We already
it's always like they're like atheism is a religion. So religion's bad, right? Let's just why even talk about who's who? We could just agree religion's bad, right? Sending love once again to our Patreons, our channel members, to James Wolfe. Sending love to James Wolfe, reminding us we howl at the moon. We really do. Sometimes we kind of do this until the daytime.
We got a real clown in chat now.
Oh my. You're gonna make me. Oh my. What do we got? Atheists. A teddy bear was designed and created, but a real bear. I have not a Cthulhu. I should get a Cthulhu doll. Oh my god, I want a Cthulhu doll. I have a Bahamut doll, but was designed and created, but a real bear. That's far more powerful. Yeah, there's even a story. There's a story behind the teddy bear that came around during, I think, World War I and World War II era, and the real bear has been around for millions of years. Do you see the slight difference? But I love you, Rebel. Welcome. You know you always have a home here. We love our theist brothers and sisters as much as we disagree. That's far more powerful and complex. Oh, yeah, complexity also not the hallmark of design. You can tell that's why Apple is such a powerful company. That's why Google is such a powerful company, because not always, but simplicity, often the hallmark of design. You can oftentimes have simplicity and complexity in a design system or in a natural occurring thing, because complexity seems to be a hallmark of, once again, time. As things go on, things get more complex. A car started out very simple, and as it went on, it got more complex.
But I mean, it didn't evolve from a skateboard. Water car evolved from a skateboard.
Exactly. The skateboard didn't give birth to a car. That is very much true. But Amy, isn't the world 6,000 years old? How can a bear be millions of years old if it's only been here for a few thousand years old? Wink, wink, wink. Exactly. Because it means the Bible is not true. Wait, here we got a new one. And I promise you, Rebel, we won't show... I know when we show every comment, it makes it feel a little bit daunting, like everything you're going to say is be read. But we can't help ourselves. So just... Wow, nature is so beautiful. Yes. Sex, I'm with you so far. Sex feels so good. And food tastes amazing. Yum. Thanks, accident. Okay, so this is often like accident, chance, and nothing. These are three buzzwords that creationists love to use, because we are a accident on some level, on a deterministic level, but we're not an accident on this planet. Has the environment to have, we're around the circumstellar habitable zone. We're not even the only planet in the circumstellar habitable zone. Mars is as well. And so
Venus even.
Yes, Venus even. Exactly. Venus is as well, and Venus could have harbored life just like Mars did. It's just it had a runaway gas effect. And so it's not an accident. We just have the right environment and the right chemicals, and we've been around long enough. We aren't the first generation. If this was the first generation where there was no carbon, I would be surprised if life. I would love to see just like hydrogen or lithium based life. That would be. I was going to say crazy, but I only mean that in the colloquial sense. That would be really cool. That would be something that I cannot comprehend, and it's unmotivated because of the way carbon works. Carbon is just such a good chemical to make combinations with. As John Stewart says, it's the slut of the periodic table.
We'll do the Patreon.
2 of 5, only accepting. Oh, you're 2 of 5. Gotcha. We'll keep on sending it in. And hey, we love the back and forth. We can't help ourselves, but sending love to James, sending love to the amazing, the wonderful, and only Rachel Holland.
Rachel.
Boom, boom. Reminding us once again, there is no good slavery unless it's pink fuzzy cuffs. But if you are just grabbing people without their consent, you belong in prison. It's not biblical. Or I should say this, it is biblical. It's not moral.
It's not good.
It's not good. Yes. We had to seemingly have some sort of civil war to answer this question. Yes, sending love to Rachel Holland, sending love to Senator Cato. Woo! Boom,
Cato.
Boom, 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 boom. Thank you so very much, Senator Cato, reminding us separation of church and state, one of the most important. We don't like theocracy or autocracy. We'll take our secular democracy. So thank you so much, Senator Cato, and sending love to Dale Pastel. Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Dale. We are just looking for a little bit of empirical evidence.
Thanks, Dale.
And, doesn't have to be a lot. And if you think we're cheating for looking for empirical evidence, then maybe question if your God is all-powerful. And sending love to Chris Disciple. We have many theists in the Skeptic and Ranting community. That's right. You can be skeptical towards more than just your religious beliefs. You can be skeptical towards any belief that comes your way. I think we should only have beliefs that have evidence. I think that's kind of the skeptic's mantra. We're merchants of doubt. But then, sending love to the 3 last, but certainly not least, we are sending love to Ian Davenport.
Ian.
I'm looking for my heart, and I'm just going to say that he drops the mic when we're looking for any sort of creationist arguments. He points out that they don't have any, especially when it comes to watchmaker arguments. Speaking of watches. Oh my goddess. Should add that down to my intro. Watchmaker, make me a watch. Yeah, I'm just gonna add that right down there.
Amy likes to drop the soap.
Listen, if I could get a free date, I feel like why complain?
Oops, I dropped it again.
Oops, I dropped it again. I played with your butt. Anyway, sending love to Ian Davenport. Yes, sending love to Ian Davenport. I'm doing mix and match names. You can see the gears winding in my head. Ian Davenport, who is amazing. I saw him on Tangang, BT Dubs, youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group. #Tangang. But also just everywhere on the Skeptic and Ranting community, as well as sending love to Matt Deeg, boom, 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 who reminds us that, young earthers flat earthers, they have something that, or they can't seem to produce something that we can, and that is theories. They can't seem to produce working, testable, verifiable theories, a framework of facts, novel, testable predictions. This tends to make them a little bit nervous because they have a book said a thing. The best argument ever. And last but certainly not least, sending love to Regis! Who reminds us that we have a Skeptic Bible study. That is actually on the dock. We are knee deep in Joshua. Right, you know what I mean? And so look forward to that. We're going through the Bible one chapter at a time. And we're not skipping any of it. Because, like I'll keep saying, there's 3 different types of people. There's the metaphorical, who take the Bible as poetry, the fundamentalists, who mostly take the Bible as literal, and then the atheists, who actually read the Bible. Anyway, sending love to Regis.
Hey, Dale. Hey, Beth.
Sending love to Dale. What is up, Dale? Oh, something about entropy, but I believe the universe was formed.
Not even worth the response.
Yes, the law. Yeah, anytime. It's just, that's another buzzword. Entropy is not a buzzword, but the fact that they love to bring it up. Entropy literally has nothing to do with atheism, or the second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do. A closed system, or should I say an open system? Because we're actually getting energy poured in us. But when you have an open system without energy pouring out,
poured into her.
Oh, do I ever? It's going to eventually go from an ordered to a chaotic state. That has nothing to do with atheism and theism. But like cool. And yes, just like James says, that's
this is Gizmo Rubiks.
Woo! He's
trying to talk entropy to a Trying to talk entropy to a flat earther is kind of like, I don't know.
Yo, and I saw this Big Bad Mama.
Explain engineering to a toddler. It's like,
yeah. Indeed. A lot of times I feel like they just don't want to learn the subject. That's not always. Some of them know it, but you know, if you're Sal Cadorva, you know it. But you know, chances are, if you're just a fundy. So I saw this. I wasn't even going to mention, but like I'll say it because I want to support him. Okay, Brett Keane, good job. I hope you, stick by it because he is not a good guy. The reason that atheists debate him
about Brett or Kent.
No, I stay. He apologized to me. I mean, I was mad at Brett for one specific thing, that he seemed to randomly get angry at me for the interview, but he apologized for that. And so with that gone, I'm not going to judge him unless he does something else for me or against me. Thus I'm saying, Brett, please stick to it. If there is one thing, we have empirical evidence. He's going to court. Like, he's not a good guy. And you're not the first person that we have come across who said, Matt Powell, that sweet boy, oh, he comes to church every Sunday and he ties shoes for grandmas. Oh, does he now? Yeah. Well, like Friday through Saturday or like Monday through Friday, he's going around and saying the most reprobate, horrific, degenerate stuff that comes out of his fucking mouth. And so it's always just funny that Christians, they get sidelined. They're always like, but I thought he was both of these. I thought they were moral pillars. My message to Brett is don't feel, you're not alone in being tricked by them. It's not the first time they have pulled the shtick over other creationist wool. Absolute degenerate, reprobate monster. The stuff that comes out of his mouth, and I'm using that loosely, is horrific.
You talk about Brett?
No, Matt. No,
I would say that, but
let me tell you something. What's come out of Matt's mouth. Matt and Brett and Kent are two different beasts. Kent is a charlatan who, if he beat his wives, should go to jail. Matt is calling for the execution of people with a different sexuality.
Well, Kent probably
both are bad. It's just
Kent has better. He's more of a politician. He's more politically correct. He's just not going to come out and say that. If Kent Hovind was the king of America, and whatever, and could just do whatever he wanted, I'm sure he would. He would not have a problem stringing up every single person in the LGBT community.
Oh, sure. I'm sure a lot of them.
He would do it right away. It wouldn't be a thing. He would have no qualms about it.
There are presuppositionalists and others that come to my mind who I'm sure would string me up. And, half of the...
Yeah.
Yes, what is up? Hasten praise. I would say this is a skeptic debate channel. We have a lot of atheists, but, we got pagans, we got Christians and Muslims and Jews.
The host.
Everybody ever son. Yeah. Exactly. Trying to, I think that's really, I guess we'll cut to it to do it, because we have. I always say this has been a longer open house, but if you say every housekeeping is longer, that probably is just your housekeeping. Nonetheless, we just had a lot to talk about.
A housekeeper?
Yes. Actually, I'm dressed up as Sam Harris every time that I'm saying it. You guys got your narratives, but you literally think that you come from clay, Rebel, or from dirt. When we mean pond scum, it's hydrothermic vents, and that it is carbon and liquid water. Like, you have to straw man us, but when we steel man you guys sound ridiculous. What is up, material stand?
Material stand.
Well, that's a good question. Technically speaking, aren't we all reverts in Islam? But actually, we have many ex-Muslims on here. I know. And it says I'm questioning my religion, to be honest. Fantastic, Hassan praise. I consider myself an ex-Jew. We have many ex-Christians. We have Materialist Dan, who down here is an ex-Mormon. And I'm pretty sure Yudof, who comes on the stream, is an ex-Muslim. I know that Mubarak is an ex-Muslim. I know that Aaron Ra comes from the Quran studies, and I have done kind of, I guess, counter dawa is the way I'd like to call it. But yes, welcome, Hassan. This is a great place to be skeptical, to ask questions, and to just be yourself. So welcome. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it to it. That's right. Greetings, sentient beings. You should all check out Purple Rhymes with Orange. Oh, you know what? I feel like I wonder if I should ask him this. Like, I wanted to send out. I'll ask him maybe. I'm going to start giving a shout out.
Which one is that? The LCMS or the Wellesian X music? Because he was a Lutheran. He's saying one of the more conservative branches. It's the LCMS, and then there's like the Wisconsin Synod that are pretty conservative.
Ooh, forced catechisms.
Catechisms, yeah.
Catechisms.
They're
yeah, my pronunciation is sometimes.
Well, it's a new word for you.
When I see that, I see gotta catch 'em's all.
Bubble,
Lutheran
Rebel
Bond.
with the science, yeah.
God formed Adam out of rich,
look at this science.
Fertile soil. Come on,
Only
Rebel.
the kind of science you get from a frickin' flat earther.
But this is what I mean. You're sitting there being like pond scum, pond scum, pond scum. This is your. If we had to steel man your position, it would be, you think people come from soil.
Oh.
Like, I don't understand. But pond scum, no, that sounds way worse. Like, it's all a marketing campaign creationists have, is just trying to market it. I love you though, Rebel. Sending love out there. And actually, if you don't mind, James, just give me 1 second to be right back, and then
go ahead.
We'll
cue up the video.
Yes, but I'm trying to think of a subject to really get you started or talking. Rebel was just talking about soil. Oh, here we go. Pat says sometimes it's just not worth your time to try and explain things like data, evidence, and scholarship to religious fundamentalists. Rigid dogmatists with no redeeming qualities. You know, not only can I agree with you, Pat, but when it comes to certain subjects, I feel like that is just 100%. To argue science when someone doesn't accept science is...
To argue science with a flat earther is kind of...
It's, in my opinion, you have to have an epistemology debate.
You have to have a why get them across that line, if you can't get them to accept the obvious shape of the planet that we're on, I don't know how much you're going to be able to explain them about literally anything else. Because if they are that dense, that committed to being ignorant to this fantasy, this delusion that they have, then I mean, they're the odd likelihood that they'll accept anything else, no matter how rational or how simple you try to break it down or how you try to explain it. You're not tilling on fertile soil there. You're just wasting your time, unfortunately, in most cases. But it can be at least maybe momentarily amusing, but you're not gonna be making productive use of your time there. But how's everybody doing? So last stream we had Amy had her debate. I think we'll probably be back later in the week with a Bible study at least, and maybe one other show for the week. Rounding out the end of the month, we need to have our Ask Me Anything, our show for the Patreons and channel members to send questions in. But yeah, first month of the year almost over. It's almost done. It was a debate, Beamsy. It started off as a debate. Well, let's see. It was a debate on Discord. Then we did a show on the same stream here. Since you're atheist, how do you find meaning in life? I feel as though I've invested too much in Islam, and if I leave, I don't have anything going for me. That's actually a good question. It's like, at what point do you realize that you've been wasting your time, or that, you know, the longer you stay in it, the longer you're just going to keep wasting your time. I think that applies to like people who are maybe, I mean, if you're in your 70s, 80s, and you've been a particular theist your entire life, it is kind of, I guess, hard at that point to look back and come to terms with the fact that you've wasted most of your life worshiping this God, hoping for this afterlife that, you know, we have no reason to think that we're going to get. But that question comes down to you. If you know, if you feel you've invested too much in it and it's what you want to do and it is what it is, hey, do it. No one's going to force you to stop or take it away from you. I just don't think you have good reason to do it. I just don't think I don't think you have good reason. I don't think you have a good reason to believe that it's going to result in anything. But hey, how do you find meaning in life? And that's the question I get. I think life can become a lot more meaningful once you break out of the mindset of religion, where you're basically the ultimate purpose of your life is to make this deity happy, to give honor and glory and worship and praise to this deity. Religion tells us that your life is actually, outside of that, is actually meaningless. Your main purpose, your sole function in your life and the afterlife, is to glorify this being, this infinitely powerful being who made you infinitely less than him, and wants you to point that fact out to him forever, that he is so much greater than us. He is so much wiser. Well, yeah, he made us that way. No shit. But yeah, I mean, it does become. I mean, I guess it can go. You can take it to nihilistic places. At the end of the day, at the end of the universe, are our lives going to have any meaning, any significance? No. In the grand scheme of things, they won't. That doesn't mean that we can't enjoy them. That doesn't mean that they don't have meaning for us. But I don't want to lie to you, and don't think you should delude yourself into thinking in the grand scheme of things that it's going to have any meaning when the universe goes into heat death or recollapses and Big Bang's out again.
Though, if I may say, although I agree with everything that James just said, the opposing side, which we're about to go into, makes a single mistake. Although we call ourselves the old universe position, that's only because the people who believe in a young Earth position are so ridiculous. Like, it's just so young. Technically speaking, we are only a few billion years old. And I know it sounds like weird to frame it that 13.8 billion years is not that long. But if you look at like the Googleplex of years that it's going to take, the past billions, past trillions of years,
quadrillions,
yes, exactly, that the universe has, we are a baby universe. We are just begun the adventure, the journey. And so, when they reach that far, it's like, yes, a journey will always come to an end. But we really, as far as sentient life, we're only the second or third generation of stars. Right. This is just when life could have
the star age of the universe will go for like another trillion, a few trillion years.
You could have had
trillion
life.
Is 1,000 billion.
Exactly. We could have had probably life one generation before us, like after the tier 2 stars. I think we're like more a tier 3. But yeah.
What was I reading a few days ago that due to quantum tunneling, if the universe could exist like 10 to the 1,000 power years, then just through quantum tunneling, you'd have stars that had completely formed into iron because the elements had quantum tunneling. It's quantum mechanics. I can't really explain it, but yeah. But it would take like 10 to the 1,000 or 1,500 power of years which is so unimaginably long that yeah.
So speaking of nothing to do with that, but I can't just help but point out, what's up, Haley? No, I would say not only have we not done a 180, but we actually did a review of your conversation on Talk Ethan.
That was embarrassing.
You gave it your all, but yeah.
The troll power was not very strong.
It was not over 9,000.
No, she really needed to drink a lot more Windex before that to yeah.
It was the most recent one where you lasted a little while, but I think they kicked you because they thought you were a troll after doing meat.
Well,
But we're gonna.
He lasted about 2 minutes, a little less than 2 minutes, which for some of us guys, that might be record time.
I was gonna say, listen, James, it's never premature. It happens exactly when it was supposed to. That's another comedian's joke, and I don't know who it is.
Keep chugging
let's
that
get. God damn it!
They were mean to her for no reason. Yeah, they're so mean.
If you're asking for context, I think, and by think I mean no, that Haley went on here and tried to drink Windex once, and tried to drink
drank from
Kool-Aid.
Windex
Kool-Aid, yeah. So Windex bottle that was full of Kool-Aid. It was dyed blue, just sugar water.
Yeah.
Da 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 da. They were mean to you for no reason. Can I tell you, they were not mean to you. First of all, student Dr. Ben has been on this show many times, and I have been on the Tang Gang themed LGBTQ episode where I've been on a panel with student Dr. Ben, and they were both nice to you. Let me tell you, Talk Heathen is the nice version of the ACA. It's the atheist experience where most of the triggering comes from. But hey, at least one of us on this panel is gay. And with that, we are going to get into the opposite.
Let's do it.
Exactly. I wanted to make a George Santos joke, but it almost made no sense. It's almost too easy. Yeah. It's just too low-hanging fruit. We're going to get
anywhere with you, Haley. So they did the humane thing and put you out of your misery at that point.
You were doing literal memes. Like if you were having a serious conversation with them, I think they would have. Because Talk Heathen is like where they come in and they're. I don't want to say cuddly with everyone, but if it's a good cop, bad cop, that's definitely the good cop. And
it's not like the atheist experience where Matt Dillahunty used to like kick you in the nuts and toss you out on your ass.
And hey, I like Matt. I'm sending love to him.
I like Matt too.
You're
gonna be modding a debate with him soon, aren't you?
That's it. Which is yes, I'm gonna be modding a debate with him Thursday, and then we need to have many more debates, and preferably not with people like KJV or Goldie. Sending love to both of those individuals.
You can do those once in a while, but Christ on a cock.
Yes. All righty then. With that, we're going to jump into the opposition viewpoint. Or rather, a video.
That's why I told you guys to get your helmets ready, because this guy
does
not have a studio. His studio is his motorcycle.
It's the road, baby.
Yeah.
But we're watching 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in from the channel shockofgod, which is kind of a weird name. God's gonna shock us? Alrighty then. And with that, let's get into the fun. I see chat. I can't help it. We're going in, but keep on tagging us, and we'll bring it up.
All right, folks, we're recording. And welcome to another video, which is the product of intelligent design, titled 5 Stupid Things Atheists Say and Believe in. So we're going to put this right here, and then we're going to get started, okay? So let's put that right there. I want to make sure we don't accidentally shut it off.
I never want anything bad to happen to people, but it is just one of those situations where it's like a natural selection situation where he's like, if God isn't real, so make this bicycle fall.
Or the phone fall out.
Or the phone, or a car, or just there's a million terrible situations that could happen right now. I want none of them to happen, and they won't in this video as far as I can tell. He's safe on this, but it is once again just weird to get apologetics via bicycle, and we're getting into it.
Still recording? Good.
Yeah.
There we go. And let's go through the list of things we're going to talk about today, folks. We're going to talk about how atheists say they lack belief. Very stupid. We're going to tell you why that's stupid. We're going to talk about how atheists say they have no free will. We're going to talk about the millions upon millions of missing transitional fossils, which is a problem for evolution, by the way. We're going to talk about how atheists really have no purpose to their life.
So
he's whipping so far.
Exactly. In fact, let's just go through those really quickly.
Evolution, by the way. We're going to talk about how atheists really have no purpose to this, a problem, how atheists say they have no free will.
Go back.
And let's go through the list of things we're going to talk about today, folks. We're going to talk about how atheists say they lack belief.
So that is true. We do lack belief. They consider this a triggering moment. We call it lack theism. Randolph says I shouldn't even use that term anymore because it's really their kind of push, because not having a belief is a good thing. Yeah. You're an atheist. Take my word for it.
Very stupid. We're going to tell you why that's stupid. We're going to talk about why
it's so stupid.
So stupid.
Atheists say they have no free will.
Okay, that's actually debated within atheist communities, but I don't believe we have free will. I don't think James believes we have free will, but I believe we have will. So that's going to cover everything that you actually want.
We're going to talk about the millions upon millions of missing transitional fossils.
I mean, for Christ's fucking sake, what does he want? Every single individual who ever lived, like millions of transitional fossils? What does he want?
Not to mention, every fossil is a transitional fossil. And so, yeah, off the bat.
We are like, what did I do the math? Like 128,000 generations from Lucy. So if you go back 128,000 individual animals existing, but he's talking millions. So that would be a complete line from Australopithecus afarensis to you. Would be 128,000 of them. What does he want millions for? Does he literally want every animal that ever existed in the fossil record? I mean,
well, another thing is that if you're trying to set up for the all transitional fossil form, he of course says, well, that's wrong. None of these fossils are transitional.
All fossils are transitional.
All fossils are transitional.
Which is a problem for evolution, by the way. We're going to talk about how atheists really have no purpose to their life. And then, even though they say they do, and then we're going to talk about how atheists say they're logical, but they cannot ground logic in atheism after all.
Atheism is, first of all, we're not trying to ground logic in atheism. That is a mistake to actually try and
to a proposition.
Yes,
we get to atheism by applying logic. He's putting the cart before the horse.
You evolved from a fish, and everything is the direct result of natural processes.
It is.
How can that be rational? Evolution does not say what is true. It only talks about what survives and how things change. So evolution cannot get to truth. Now, this is truth.
It is truth.
This motorcycle, the Kawasaki Z1000 Ninja, is a product of intelligent design. What do you think?
Yes, and that is what makes it different from natural selection. As much as I was roasting him for doing apologetics on a motorcycle, I think motorcycles are pretty cool. I think it's amazing that we have such engineering and technology. However, a person made that, or most likely now a robot, but a person designed it.
Yeah.
Yes. When it comes to us as humans, no one designed us. Two people bumped uglies, and 9 months later, your mom did the hard work. That's basically how that works out. This is his shtick? Like, I am a big fan of anyone who rides a motorcycle with a helmet. That's my big thing. Because I am
It's got a GoPro on his helmet.
Just because of my past with accidents beyond my control. Yes, he probably has a GoPro. Big fan of GoPros. So, like I said, it's not that, not particularly the motorcycle, but more the arguments.
Is more rational. That there was a massive explosion for no purpose whatsoever.
Once again, a straw man, a massive explosion for no reason. It is an expansion event, and within physics, a white hole is actually a repulsive force. And so to just say, I'm not saying that is what our universe or what dark energy is,
theory.
But to say through incredulity it can happen no other way.
And this motorcycle came together because all the parts over millions of years came together? Or do you think that it is the product of an intelligent mind, intelligent design? Let me ask you another question. What do you think you, the viewer of this video, are the product of? Are you the product of the Big Bang explosion and then by luck?
Yes. Like, if you want to go that far back, yes. And so is the bike. Yes, I was going to say at that point, so is everything.
Can chance you just came together without intelligent design? If you answered that this motorcycle is a product of intelligent design to the first question, you must admit that you, the viewer, are also a product of intelligent design to the second question, because you
we have evidence that humans design motorcycles. We have no evidence, none whatsoever, for a universe creating, life creating genie. We've never seen one of those. We certainly don't know that one could exist, and we don't know that it required one.
We don't need to design a tree. Trees naturally form, and they're part of an ecosystem that helps them have sex. It just, I don't know what to say to some of this stuff.
More complex than this motorcycle. So let's get on and let's talk about the stupid things that atheists say and believe. Let's start off with the limp-wristed comment that atheists...
I always love how it's little like subtle digs at, I guess, either gay men or effeminate men, even though all of these guys have such insecurity.
Look how manly I am riding my motorcycle, my Kawasaki Ninja.
Oh, sure. Pseudonym, we're agreeing with him that the motorcycle is intelligent design. It's just not... We're not intelligently designed.
Not comparable with life.
In fact, he basically said, if you believe that the bike was intelligently designed, you have to then say that we were intelligently designed, and that does not follow.
We say no. That is a non sequitur.
Yeah, because there's no good evidence for it, Haley. We would love to. If you have any, or if anyone has any, we'd be up for it.
Lack belief. You know, the Atheist Experience Show has failed to answer my challenge, the Shock of God challenge, along with every other...
I like how he's just like the Atheist Experience hasn't personally answered my challenge.
Atheist on YouTube. We have been asking the Shock of God challenge. Here it is. What proof and evidence can you provide that would finally at last prove...
Or unless, now I feel bad. Were you doing that sarcastically and just sending love out there? Because sometimes when we read the text is always the hardest thing.
Context.
Yeah, exactly.
That atheism is accurate and correct, and no atheist has been able to answer that. We're going to be getting on the freeway as we do this, and then I'll take you to the twisties if we have
so you're asking for us to prove something that is it's not an assertion. It's a response to a claim. That's the the thing. If we saw evidence that led us to believe that a God did exist, we would no longer be atheists.
Not having good evidence for something is a good reason to not believe in something. That's all you need to be an atheist, is to not have good evidence for the proposition.
Sufficient evidence to believe in it.
However, while we're on the subject, isn't it kind of weird how, like, none of the natural laws we know of have nothing to do with a being, an agent, a mind? None of them. Not a goddamn one.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe that's just where they came from.
What's up, Goth Bosch? Who made who? Who made you? Our parents. And if you're going to ask who made our parents, their parents. And it goes all the way down through the common sapien, mammalian, lizard, amphibian, fish, multicellular, single cellular, something like a early virus fighting for each other, and then the chemical reactions in the environment worthy, and then the solar system going back to the tier 1 solar system to where it was original sun, but there were no heavy elements, and so there was no carbon yet, and then the Big Bang and Planck time. There we go.
No cock, no balls, no chin.
Exactly.
Battery time. Now, atheists are lying. We love the atheists,
Naughty
even though they're big fat
liars.
liars. The atheists are lying, saying that they have conquered the Shock of God challenge. But if you look...
James, he just didn't say that very manly. I just want to point that out.
I see what you mean with wrist.
I'm just saying.
Wrist look a little limp.
Little limp. I feel like you could have put a purse in there. Just saying.
Right below here, after this video is done, in the video description,
right below here,
you'll find that the atheists are saying that they're not going to answer the question because they don't like the question. They're saying
a malformed question.
Atheism is something...
It's intentionally a malformed question.
A little known fact, this is where the Beatles walked across. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, it is a baited question.
That cannot be true because it is just a lack of belief. No,
right. Now you get it.
The lamest.
You get it. He understands.
He also has to attack this because it's what the majority of atheists, like, I find most atheists don't believe. Their number one reason is lack of belief. You could, even the strong atheists, just add on top of that.
And I believe there is in fact no God, yeah.
Ever. Why would you believe in something that cannot be true? So
yeah, why do you believe?
Let's talk about the real reason why atheists say they lack belief. And listen,
the other one wasn't a real reason.
The reason is because the atheists lack any arguments against the existence of God.
Haley, how are you listening to us? Like, we're gently roasting him, but do you hear the condescension in his voice? Come on now. He takes like weird. It's almost like he's fighting with himself. At least James and I are having a dialogue with the opposition view and making commentary. Right. He's taking digs at imaginary people. What's up, Randolph?
Hey, Randolph.
Go check out youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, tacos and Randolphs. And I like to say, include myself as well as T-Jump and J.L. Warren and Peter and King Xerxes. And there's probably someone I'm forgetting, Ix, and so many fantastic people on there.
Oh, I'm not too impassioned there, Haley. But thanks.
This is the real reason why atheists say, I lack a belief. No, my atheist friends. We love you, but you
I love you
lack
too.
arguments against God's existence.
Hey, have you ever seen like another mind? Because right now, all of the minds that we're aware of, they tend to be in these big old brains.
They have bodies.
They tend to have these big old squishy bodies. Oh, I forgot to read my opening. That'll be my closing before we go into open mic. Or I'll make it my intro for it.
But the only reason we have minds is because so that we can find enough food to survive. It has us having consciousness has a purpose. It's so we can survive, do the things we need to do to shelter ourselves, to get food to eat. It's you don't just have minds in nature just to have minds. I mean, as nice as it is to have a mind, and we like being conscious, it has a purpose, it has a function. But you're saying, no, there's just this God and he's got a mind, but he actually doesn't need anything. He's just there. No, he doesn't need to eat, find shelter, do anything. He doesn't need to reproduce because he is one and he's three and he's one and he's three, all at the same time.
And then they're like, don't strawman us. It's not a sky daddy. What were you saying, my heavenly father?
It's a sky trinity. Okay. Trinity.
What's up, Darren? God concept rendered false by the non-cognitive aspects of the assertion. Yes. I mean, God just seems to be an anthropomorphic version of a lot of our fears. Like, we were afraid to die. Hey, how about a being that lets us live after we die? Well, how was the universe made to begin with? Hey, how about a being that makes the universe? It's just like a grab bag. Whatever we didn't know.
Who makes that being? Oh, no, that being
Nobody.
Doesn't need to be made. He doesn't need to be made. He's just there. But, like, him saying, like, oh, you guys need to provide arguments against the existence of God. But, I mean, that's the proving a negative thing that, see, these theists have spent thousands of years carefully constructing the properties of their God to make him not falsifiable. Any test that you could ever do to falsify him, they have changed his parameters to make that not work anymore. It's like the thing, like when we could never get to the top of the mountain, that's where the gods lived. When we could get to the top of the mountain but not through the sky, oh, well, God lives up in the clouds. Then when we went to the clouds, and then we went to space, went to the moon, we sent probes out of the solar system that have never seen a God anywhere. And then they just say, oh, well, he's like in another dimension. You could never get there. It doesn't matter. They just keep changing it to make it not falsifiable.
Their God goal seems to keep on moving further and further.
You can never
back.
Actually look to see if he's really there, because they're never proving that he exists. They're just making it impossible to prove that he doesn't, which is really the game. That's the whole game.
Yeah, this is the other thing. It just is silly to think that's in their view. This is how it goes: complex to simple to complex again, and that just makes no sense to me. When we talk about the universe only starting with a little bit of starting with hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium, and then that hydrogen slowly coalesced into the first stars, and from those stars' deaths, in the fusion of those explosions of supernova, it creates the heavier elements, and thus you're able to get more complex beings. What kills me is science just makes so much sense. When we discover things and we actually describe it and just write it down, it kills me when the creationists just spend day in, day out trying to obfuscate and make it and muddy the water and make it harder.
Make it harder to understand.
Make our educational system worse.
Because that's what we're actually trying to take the complicated things that the scientists say and make it digestible for people who don't have degrees in those kind of fields, don't have time to study those kind of fields, but so you can understand it.
But see, RedBull. So like, and he's just, if you don't see the he's saying, oh, it's a big eye, it's an icon comment. So I just love icons to begin with. So like you see all those stages that you're putting in there. Can I ask?
You got the duck in the wrong order.
God create a goat. Like, give me the process, okay? There's God and there's a goat. What's like the in-between step? Or was it just God, goat? Is the in-between step poof? That's what I want to know.
God right? is the goat. Suck it, Amy. God is the goat.
Which would answer nothing. God is not an answer. He's not really an explanation for anything. Yes.
For an explanation that you don't have.
But I'll continue to say it. God, goat. What is the process? Get me from A to B.
Goats.
James, let me tell you, we are reading or at least listening to people who believe in the goat hunter's guide to the galaxy. So
when goats fuck, God is in that goat's penis being pumped into the girl goat. Yeah.
We're talking about real logic here.
Let's get over here. So the atheist doesn't lack belief. They lack arguments against God's existence. Now, let me tell you something.
Tell us.
How about the fact that a omnipresent and omnipotent and omnibenevolent God contradict each other? The fact that you would be all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good, because it would seem like you would, I don't know, stop evil. Just seems like if you're all good. I always joke because they bet, they like over bluff, because he's not all good. He's not maximally good. He's not very good. He's not even a good guy. Like
kind of a dick.
He's kind of an asshole. Wait, here we go. Oh, the spice is real. Here we go. James was crying about not being able to find God in heaven, but doesn't realize, or Rebel, but kind of similar. We're inside. Are you really going dome? Oh my God! And did you ever answer the last question? And did you got me from a goat? I'm trying to cook here.
The fact that you think we're in a dome, that just says it all. Okay, that just.
Yes. Yeah. Do you have pictures of this dome? Oh my.
Oh, but I went on the Department of Defense website and I did a search for quote mark flat Earth, and I found documents that have the term flat Earth in it. Therefore, the government says the world is flat.
Come on, Rebel. How is that an answer?
It's not an answer. They don't care. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't make sense.
I have a great analogy for you. I used this the other day, okay? You come home from work, and after you get, you're hungry, and you get, you want to get a sandwich, and you go into a store
for all these months.
That's right. Yeah. And you decide that to go into the burger place, and while you're in the burger place, your car gets hit, but you don't see what it is. You never see what hits your car. And the cop comes over to you and you say, well, what the hell happened? And he says, well, this is a work of God. Now, technically speaking, under your worldview, he's not wrong, right? Since everything is a work of God, the accident would also be a work of God. So would you buying a sandwich, but picky. But when you have to file insurance, when you have to tell your wife or any significant other or what actually hit your car, like are you just going to say, are you going to be okay with that answer? You're going to go home and sleep at night knowing that it was God who hit your car? I wouldn't. I think I'd be a little bit pissed at that cop. Or I'd want to at least investigate further. I'd be like, that's nice, officer. I appreciate that view. That your religious views are well taken into effect. I now want to know the also applying physical reason. See the...
How about that drunk guy in the Toyota Corolla over there with the car that's all fucked up? Looks like he's hit like 10 cars. Maybe he had something to do with it. Maybe.
Picky, James. And you know what? I took an aspirin and I prayed. We'll never know, right? We'll never know what did it. It could have been God. This doesn't look like an... Let's say, James, you've never... This is what I mean. And this is what Pat's been talking about. How, like, a debate with a flat earth, it's not about science.
Yeah.
Like, here's my thing, Rebel. If I were to show you a journal from Nature, if I were to show you a journal from a university, would you accept that space was real? I am skeptical you would, because you don't accept data from other people. We accept data from scientists because you use other people. You just make it seem like random strangers. But that what percentage of Christians believe in a round Earth? Probably 99% of them. Yes, most of them.
So why would they have to have this conspiracy to trick people into thinking the world is round so that people lose faith? Because most people that except the world is round believe in God. So it's not like you have to believe the world is flat.
And I just want to know what sources. Like what James was saying, it's even the Christians and the Muslims and Jews, and so as well as the secularists and atheists.
The atheist North Koreans.
And so, exactly. Yeah. And so there's no pictures. There's no nothing. There's no, all we get is, to use one of their words, is CGI and cartoons. What's up, Beamsy? I really want to come in and slap.
No dick, no hand, no balls, nothing.
But he means that lovingly, Rebel. He means that with a lot of love. There's an atheist agenda. Yes. It is to get everyone a kitten.
Well, I don't know.
But George Soros has actually paid. Yeah, we technically, I know, Randolph, it's very subtle secret of the podcast, but James and I work for Soros.
We actually get paid by George Soros.
We actually have a few different sponsors. We work for George Soros. We work for Mossad. We work for NASA. It's a busy list. Satan, exactly. Yeah. The New World Order.
Oh, the Rothschilds.
Yes. Exactly.
A Jewish space lizard.
Well, the old world order didn't pay
Federal Reserve.
And it wasn't trendy. And so...
Yeah. The Jewish space lizard, Rothschild, Federal Reserve thing. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Big Pharma, of course, because
Big Pharma, exactly. You should all sign up for
your vaccine.
I can't even say it. I want to say Exalis. I can't say any of these names. My comprehension is great. My pronunciation is such shit.
Go get your vaccines and go get all your kids' hormone blockers and everything.
Cialis. There we go. Masons, Illuminati, exactly. All of them. All of them paying us. Yeah. At the same time.
Wendy's. Because they usually show for Wendy's.
Exactly. Mostly in 4-for-4s. I know, baby girl.
Oh, hi, Penelope. Oh, my she got a little bit of... she's hiding from Buttercup.
She is. And Buttercup is right down here.
Oh, taking a nap. Penelope.
Taking a nap. Yeah. But we're happy to have as many cats as we can. What if the Earth was actually a bean? Holy. See, it's all coming together. But we are talking about 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe. This is a funny title because, I mean, if you just listen to this guy's argument, doesn't exactly come off as Augustine.
Atheist says they lack belief. That is irrelevant. You're self-deluded. The atheists are self-deluded. When an alcoholic says and denies that they're an alcoholic, we're not going to go by what they say because the alcoholic is self-deluded.
Also, a vast irony, because that's what I guess theists believe of us, but that's what atheists believe of you. Like, it's really rude for us to say so, and a lot of skeptics will bat each other around if you... Oh, that was my other 2 sources. I didn't get to use like any of my sources in the debate because it was going to go depending on how nice or how mean he was. But even when he was being mean, I couldn't use my sources. I had 2 that just showed IQ differences between atheists and theists, and that there was a 6-point differential. Now, does that mean that some of the smartest people in the world aren't theists? Does that mean that no? Does that mean that theists are idiots? No. Does that mean that I always joke around because they call me mentally ill. Does that actually mean that theists are mentally ill? No, it does not. They are, generally speaking, good, upstanding members of society. They're just wrong. Because they always say, are we liars? No. Oh, the stream just got a little bit fancier. What is up, Nick? In time, on time. I know. He once again, they're like something bad equal atheism.
Just like our atheist friends. When someone says they're an excellent driver, remember Raymond from that movie with Tom Cruise? He's like, I'm an excellent driver. Dad used to let me drive in the driveway. The fact is, Raymond was not an excellent driver.
Imagine using this in your apologetics points. I'm sorry. Argument a la Tom Cruise movie.
Oh, there's people that say they're excellent drivers, but they are not excellent drivers. They are self-deluded.
Sure.
And there's people that say they lack a belief.
Once again, they're not self-deluded. They're just maybe not as good as they think they are. And that seems, once again, to compare this to like atheism and theism, just very weird. But okay. You remember the name Raymond and not Rain Man. I forgot the title. Listen. Paying attention to traffic.
But the true fact of the matter is they do not lack a belief. They're self-deluded. And
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting a fundraiser.
God's existence. That is number one stupid thing that atheists say and believe. Let's go to the next thing. You know there's an atheist on YouTube.
Oh, and so number one, bing, is because atheists give that there's no evidence for God.
We say we lack a belief.
We lack a belief is one of the most childish, stupidest thing that atheists say and believe in.
Well, there's lots of them, aren't they?
What's up, Binge thinker?
Lots of atheists, aren't there, on YouTube that say they lack free will. Now, the atheists that claim they lack free will realize they...
Incoming stupid. Like, you feel it. Feel it.
Coming.
Not a problem. If everything is just materialism and matter and motion, why would free will come involved? The atheists must fall on their sword and...
First of all, free will is mentioned nowhere in the Bible.
We must fall on our sword because we have no other choice, because we don't have free fucking will.
Except in a sacrifice. They sometimes manage it. So, but actually... God seems to just violate everything about our lives whenever he
feels like it. Yeah, when it suits his purposes, that doesn't matter anymore.
Part of his plan, James. Part of his plan.
Claim that they have no free will.
So no free will.
I choose to go to the right of the lane And now I will choose to go to the left.
You choose that. You think you're choosing that. But that choice was made by chemicals in your brain that you have no control over. So
it almost hurts. It really does. Like they think these are like gotchas in his head. He's like, look, I went to the right and I went to the left. Therefore, the universe is not deterministic. Okay, buddy. You are a conscious being. You are an agent. And making choices is kind of like our shtick. And like James was saying, all of the back work is kind of happening in your brain. And then you're just...
These chemicals are bubbling and fizzing, as they like to say.
Yes, and we can show that you were actually going to talk and then make that choice of right and then left 10 seconds before you were going to make it.
Well, yeah, we can see that the certain areas in the brain that correspond with certain things are actually activated before you even make that decision, because your mind already knows. It's just presenting your consciousness with what it already came up with.
And I very much agree, Ranja. My views lean heavily toward free will. I also don't discount most activists of determinism. I would say my always thing is I always cut free off, and I always say I believe in will. I just think that's
part of Amy's
that's my
things.
Because I think that in a larger scale, it is deterministic. It is just chemicals. It is just it's just nature.
Matter and energy
doing its thing. But then on a practical level, we have will. When we say someone picks their shirt, it's silly to go into some meta existential crisis about why we picked pink over purple. It's just better for us to understand that on an agency level, we have a will, and that there's a difference between someone being thrown through a window and someone opening a window. But yes, let's get back into 5 childish, stupid things. So far,
one of these cars in front of him.
No good reasons to believe and free will. And I will choose to downshift. Notice, it is obvious that we have free will. It is self-evident. To be an atheist, you cannot be rational because you believe that you are the descendant of a fish. Well, heck,
we are descendants of a fish.
In a way, we are fish.
Fucking kind of argument is that? I'm sorry. That's another subtle thing, and it's like a brain blurb. What is that supposed to mean? You eat fish, therefore you have no common ancestry with fish.
You call me a monkey. It's one of those like feigned outrage. Like, we get it. It doesn't sound intuitive, but you know what? Reality sometimes is, and reality doesn't give a fuck what you think about it.
That's another thing I've been thinking about lately, when they like completely crap all over, look down, condescend monkeys, as if monkeys are these unintelligent beings. They literally take probably one of either the second or tied with other animals, one of the smartest animals on Earth on the history of living organisms, and they're like, "You calling me a monkey?"
Because
no, I'm calling you an idiot.
Primates are intelligent. Birds, a lot of birds are very intelligent. Whales, dolphins, they're very intelligent.
Crows.
Octopus. There's even some scientists who think octopus, like their part of their DNA, might have come from an asteroid, because it's just so different from virtually any other form of life we have on Earth.
I just don't understand.
That's just a hypothesis, but anyway.
Well, I don't believe in that, but that would at least be natural. I just sure. I love octopi. I've seen them
There's even like some people, someone
unscrew
they
cats.
They play pranks on their keepers, like pranks. Like
I could see that
to be able to have humor, to be able to get that requires a very high level of intelligence. To be like mischievous
requires subtlety. Exactly.
Right.
Not my favorite food. I'd rather eat steak. But you believe, as an atheist, they believe that
so
fish.
Random.
You've heard it.
Why doesn't it trigger you that we're related to cows? You eat cows. Just following his logic here.
Become philosophers. Yet there is no mind. The atheist says they're just.
At least fish to philosophers, as if that is a bad thing. Yeah, that's what happened.
We're not all sitting down reading about Hume all day long.
But it's just, they always seem to just isn't it just so amazing that, that we, from fish, eventually became mammals and became sapiens, to which eventually wrote philosophy? Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
And made up the Bible?
Not supernatural, but amazing. Amazing!
Chemicals in motion. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why the atheist must say that there is no free will. They must deny the self-evident.
Listen to that, and I love that, is because James is basically saying there is no free will. I have a middle position, and Randolph is like, there is free will. And it's just like, atheists. We don't have to
all agree.
Yeah, right. So I think that right there kind of negates that. Sense and love, Pookie Kids. A sea of thought experiments.
Thing. By the way, before I forget, look below here this video for atheists failing the Shock of God challenge. Do not believe the atheist when they say they've conquered.
I didn't look. I probably should have looked, but it kills me when they have the
to say hi to Gavin.
Yeah. And... My challenge from Conservapedia. I'm sorry.
Try not to laugh.
From a nice non-biased source. Jesus H. Christ. Okay.
Is that his helmet on there? Yeah, they do have a picture of his fucking helmet. Can we
Shock
get
of God 1/70 Christianity versus.
Is this? He's writing this shit about himself on.
He is.
He is writing this article about
himself. I almost want to edit it.
Oh boy!
It's just it's just so funny. I'm looking. They don't even have an easy edit. I think you have to log in.
Nobody go there and edit that.
Nobody.
Nobody. We would not. We would be heartbroken if anybody.
Oh my God! Goodness gracious. Okay. Oh, here we go. I can edit it within the source. You can see they got the paragraphs here, and then
what's the username that's been doing all the edits?
Here is references. I'm sure that is funny. I wonder if
you go back.
If you can see if it has the log of who contributes.
User conservative. Is that like a generic like?
I'm not sure. This is my first time on Conservapedia. Normally, it's also much easier. Like if I were to just go to Wikipedia, it's much easier to edit things.
Yeah.
Because you should just be able to go into edit.
It's not protected.
Indeed. Well, it's monitored, I would imagine, which Wiki has different levels.
Oh, yeah.
So when something becomes popular, a lot of the people that kind of monitor that content.
They have like the Gestapo of people that.
But you'll notice not as free as just Wikipedia. Also, go see Avatar: The Way of the Water by TT Dubs. They crossed their entire budget. Like more. Here is the budget of just the first film. They made back all 4 films. I know how James frames it. I swear he did this so that it would make more money.
James Cameron.
As far as I can tell, yes, exactly. I'm sorry. As far as James Cameron can tell, all 4 movies cost $2 billion. The fact that he made $2 billion means that all 3 movies and this movie from now on are all profit. That is amazing. I kept on saying you don't bank against James Cameron. I'm not saying that, James. If I could pat myself in the back.
You have said that, yeah.
You don't bet against him.
You've never passed an opportunity to blow James Cameron.
Listen, I am not saying I didn't. I resemble that comment. I know. Rational Wiki is a good one, though, to check out. I thought you were looking at conservative. Yeah, yes. Apparently, this is who he's citing for his source. Reason I'm familiar with. They have an article about me. Nice.
I'm sure they do.
I just find it very lame to write an article about yourself.
Very.
Unless it's your own website. If it's your own website, I mean, that's your job. To another site. But yes, to go to another site and pretend it's not you. All right. As you know, atheists lie, and they lie a lot. After all, Satan is their dada. So it is no surprise to me that they are lying, saying they have already answered the shock of God question, he screams. But in reality, they're lying. They are dodging and running. Yo, this is how supervillains talk. I don't know, if anyone else. I knew that you were going to come here until you ruined my plan! And it was going all good until you, Superman! Okay, we get it. Calm down.
I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you kids and your dog.
Exactly. Here's proof on video below. Why do they fear the question? Proof, atheist dodging, including the Atheist Experience show.
Damn, a shocker.
Atheists hilariously failing the question since 2010. I guess this is going to have to be continued, James. We're going to have to do another one.
They keep roasting this guy.
Oh, and here at least James. I am so sorry to have criticized him before. I didn't know that he had such a Ivy League academic institution to back him up. So as you can see, no atheist has answered. I'm sorry. So as you can see, no atheist has answered or conquered the question. Debates on video.blogspot.com.
Oh my. Comments turned off.
Oh, once again, James, the freedom of speech, non-snowflakes here, showing off how much exactly.
I don't wonder why he doesn't want to hear comments. I
mean, hey, and T-Jump, there you go. Matt, hey, Randolph, here you are. Look at that. So where you pop up, baby. Yeah, this looks like a website of good people. Christopher Hitchens, Randolph, you are in good company.
Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Raw, Christopher Hitchens, definitely.
Whew. But yes, I guess that's the challenge. We're gonna have to get into his challenge eventually, so we can become Christians. So. Randolph is like, oh, I was so fat, and that was like an old picture of me. Scented love, Randolph. I think you look mighty handsome. Nick's like, oh, I caught that.
Very humorous, Nick.
The Shock of God challenge. It is a lie. It is a big fat lie. You'll see right below here the answer to the Shock of God challenge when they say, well, we're not going to answer the Shock of God challenge because atheism cannot be true. Then
because you don't have your comment section.
It's a malformed challenge that you made to be cheeky.
Well, I have a creationist who will consistently go in Discord and will be like, I will offer $10,000 to any evolutionist who can present me evidence of adaptation, and I imagine he doesn't have either. What's up, AJ?
Oh, hey, Atheist Junior. Good to see you.
We're just hanging out. We're talking about apparently 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe. So far, we have, because atheists don't have lack of belief in a God, no good reason, no good evidence, and because a good chunk of us don't believe in free will.
If it cannot be true, then atheism is when they say, well, we're not going to answer the shock God challenge because atheism cannot be true. Then if it cannot be true, then atheism is faith that's based on ignorance, blind.
And I got into kind of a spicy thing. I feel bad. I joined on Nox server, and I was like, pretty spicy. I wasn't even like, hi, everyone, because it was like, you don't often see me get, well, you see me get passionate, but it was that he was a gentleman
you don't really get angry, I would say.
Yeah, and
rarely.
This gentleman, I think, actually has maybe not Abrahamic views, and so normally I would be on his side. I think he's a friend of Nox, or at least he comes on the channel or whatever. And he was a nice guy, but he was trying to say that, like, religious people have faith and atheists have faith. We both have faith. And I just do not see the logic in that. When I hear that,
when they say it's a religion, they're trying to equate and say, "Oh, well, you guys just do the same thing as us."
Yes, or someone trying to say I'm above the rest, but I don't. He basically tried to explain. I'm like, I just asked him, "Do you have a belief in a God?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Welcome to atheism." I think the A word. I think he was even saying that he didn't like the A word. I think it just has a stigma.
There are some people who technically are atheists, but they don't like the label. That's fine. It is what it is. So I'm not going to call you something you don't want to be called. It's fine.
Send in love, Stephanie. I would say I have our group. We are atheists. And, I'm an agnostic, atheist, anti-theist. But I would label even my bigger group as skeptic, and I wouldn't say it's faith. Just like you could say a bowling group isn't faith. Like, they're just a group. You can have a group of people at work. It doesn't make it religious. It just makes it a group. In the odd way, religious people have religion, and then the atheists just... The only camaraderie we have is in saying that we don't believe.
That's the only thing that we all have in common.
Exactly. Now, James and myself and, people like Randolph and others, I think we're trying to make a community out of, like, skepticism, but I wouldn't say that it's like in atheism plus. As much as we can try to attach other things and try and build community, it's like that's over here.
It's not required. You don't have have a certain political ideology or whatever to be an atheist.
A liberal, a conservative,
capitalist, communist, socialist,
a fascist, whatever the hell. I hope I would like you to be in support of liberal democracy, a secular one, but yeah,
you can still be an atheist.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I was just talking about this, AJ, is like in all of their like insults, they kind of like have to make subtle digs at themselves. And so it's like a weird cell phone. It's like, you believe science theories on faith. Evolution is a religion. No, but your God claim is based on faith. Religion is bad then. Weird. Exactly. If you're saying that we shouldn't believe things on faith and that religion is bad, sounds good to me. It means to put one will into it. Earlier said you have will. You are just in denial. But what are we in denial of again? It means to put one will into it. James and myself are not convinced that God exists, but that's not faith. Right. And I'll even take it a step further. We don't have will over it. We have no control over it. We're actually convinced, because that's what a belief is. We're actually convinced a proposition is true. I would say James and I probably, once again, if I'm speaking for you wrong, but I think if someone were to put a gun to our head and said, tell me that God is real, we'd be like, oh my God, do we know that God is real? But if we were
hooked up to a lie detector machine,
yes,
we would probably end up getting shot, because we would not be able to say that with a clear mind that we actually believe that.
Or if someone just put a gun to our head and said, do you believe a God is real? And they only, in this weird circumstance, they only wanted the truth. And that we would say no. We're not convinced. We could be wrong. But keep on
waiting for evidence.
Also, if you have had a back and forth with anyone on the panel, James or myself, please remember that we actually like it, and so stick around. Just send us more.
Stick around.
Faith, ignorance.
Like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
So look below here.
Predator. Remember when he threw the knife in the guy's chest, and then he said, "Stick around." Yeah.
Tip your waitress, folks. Faith
stick around.
Evidence is one measured in. Basically. Sure. I mean, that is enough for God to exist. But it's not enough for us to believe in a God right now. That's not how I'd parse that.
Trust me, no atheist has been able to conquer the challenge. They've talked about it and said they're not going to address it, as you'll see below here. Call the Atheist Experience Show. See if you can get through. They will not answer the question.
Ring, ring.
Look below here for actual videos of...
No. They're not going to, go to your blog, because the ACA has been making shows, not even podcasting. The ACA has been making shows for over a decade. They have production lines and marketing people, and they're a nonprofit trying to stay afloat with still a physical location. They actually have the Free Thought Library. And so, I don't know, maybe just call back. I know you probably have gotten hung up on. We need to find this guy's probably ACA call. And just like with Haley's thing, we need to, The Nonprofits, another amazing show. Podcast, their flagship, their first, as they say. Though, as I like to say, did you know profits make profits?
The wussy, Matt Dillahunty, denying that he's going to answer the question right below here.
So insecure when you have to be like, he's going like, woo, woo, woo. He just can't do that because he's on a motorcycle and he'd die if he did that. But that is the verbal equivalent. Yeah.
And also look below here in the video description for a...
Oh, I was hoping you just said look below here. I was going to say right here, right down there.
Yeah, we see it, buddy. It's not much to look at.
Christian pastor asking Matt Dillahunty that question in debate, and again, Matt refuses to answer that question. So now let's go to the problem of the missing transitional fossils.
So, I've been saying it over now, but no good evidence, free will, and no transitional forms. Speaking of childish, stupid reasons.
Think about it.
Thinking.
James, think about it. Whoa.
We should have millions upon millions of transitional fossils. this whole canyon would be full to the brim of transitional.
No, that's not how fossils work.
Yeah.
Many organisms do not have strong bones, and thus
fossilization is
break down.
Very rare.
Yes. Where is the half fish, half human fossil? Checkmate, atheists. I will say, I don't know if this qualifies, but one time I was in the ocean. The water was like hitting it just right. And I've just always been a fan of fish sticks. And I think I'm a gay fish. Gay fish.
Do fish have dicks? No.
Well, I just want to know, are you a fan of fish sticks, James?
I mean, whales, we know very well that whales have them because, Dr. Hoven's done so much research on them.
I have always been a fan of fish sticks.
Scholarly research, in fact.
They fit right in your mouth.
Of course, calculating the speed of light in the unit of 15-foot whale dicks, which we did on this show. How many 15-foot whale dicks per hour can light travel?
I also just want to point out that a salmon will buy you a pack of cigarettes afterwards. So creatures drag carcasses away to get materials for various reasons. Yo, this guy has no idea how bones work. It gets even worse. You'll never finish. I know. And to be honest with you, this is what happens every time. We seriously cannot help ourselves. But speaking of which, 5 childish stupid things atheists say and believe.
Fossils. Ask an atheist. I want you to get 10 atheists and ask them, how many transitional fossils do we have? And you'll get different answers. I want to know how many transitional fossils do we have
than we even need.
Lay out there in a science lab and show us the missing link. Do you know there is no missing link?
I'm confused. How evolution works is in the fish sticks? Or that would be impressive if that was how it works.
That has been found. The missing link is still...
the idea of a missing link is
and
not
if
really...
the neo-Darwinian...
is not really... that's kind of an
really
outdated idea of evolution. That they don't think about things in those terms anymore. It's a much more smoother gradient than it is...
theory of evolution would be true, we should be literally swimming, doing backstrokes, drowning in transitional fossils.
Why? You guys would just tell us they're not real anyway. We practically are, and you guys just are never happy with any of them. Say, oh, that's not transitional, that's not true. Okay.
Just, even though if you take a room of young Earth creationists and you put a bunch of fossils and tell them to organize it from some other ape creature to man, they will always go in the exact, they'll have, something very ape over here and something very man over here, and then they'll always agree on stuff here, and then towards the center, you have a whole bunch of people arguing.
They'll say, oh, this is human, no, that's ape, this is human, fully human or fully ape.
The fact of the transitional fossils shows that only creation is true.
Only creationism, the poof model, the God poof goat is the model that he's saying is more scientific.
What's that model, Amy? The McRib.
The McRib,
where women
exactly.
come from. Yeah, the McRib model.
But once again, James, they're not biologists, so who knows?
In my debate you'll see below here with atheist Steve Shives, he went as far as to say the most bizarre thing that is unproven. There's no...
All right, I want everybody to guess what it is. What is this crazy statement that he's about to say? Off the walls. We gave like a giant hint. We are, in fact, all the pieces are already there. And while we're doing that, I'll read Randolph's puns. Pataphysics is the act of religious apologists patting themselves on the back.
I know, it was probably cataphysics from Caterpillar when she
That's awesome.
talks about physics.
Petaphysics is the pet project of religious apologists.
Smoky Saint, pedophysics.
Oh, see, it is an expansion model, but it's not a poof as in a magic model. We know what happened from Planck time to the early universe into early solar systems into later solar systems.
I know, AJ, this video is making you dizzy.
And all right, let's figure out what this crazy statement is that no one would ever make.
Crazy.
It is. I feel like if any biologist would say this, or like any layperson would say this, they would just have to be, oh my, now we're talking.
Proof for it.
Here we go. Drum roll.
Every fossil is a transitional fossil.
Amy, did you know that every fossil is a transitional fossil?
I did. That's a fact. A well-known one, actually.
Now, this guy writing this Kawasaki here, he doesn't like that fact. But you know what? Get it out, Amy. Get it out. Oh, I get out the world's smallest violin. Yeah. Because he doesn't like the fact that all fossils are transitional, so be like you need to play him a little note there. Yeah.
This is the song of my people. You are full of bullshit.
And guess what? All fossils are still transitional.
Indeed.
This is ridiculous. Because we have fossils, the same exact fossil of the same species that haven't transitioned. So it is incorrect and foolish to be an atheist and say that
it happened so slow. That's why.
Completely silly, even though that is not only historically accurate, but scientifically accurate.
Go to creation.com right below here and see that there's a major problem
Another
with
non-biased
the lack of transitional fossils. All we see is microevolution, change.
So this falls under my politically correct.
Yeah.
What did he just say? He just said all that he believes is that evolution exists. Forget the micro, because that's full of evolution exists. The only thing that makes it macro is that we're related to all the other animals that came before. So he believes in evolution. So don't know what he's talking about.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Within limits, and all that is creation. Let's go to that was the third stupid thing that atheists say, and Steve Shives, to his credit,
it's the third stupid thing you have said. I will agree.
Admitted that I did defeat him in debate, very humbly speaking. But Steve, if you're listening, you are totally wrong. Everything is not a transitional fossil, yes, Steve.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. The next thing is that atheists say they have a purpose in life. You have no real purpose in life, my atheist friends, and I'm going to prove it to you right now in less than 2 minutes. Scientists have shown that, unless God steps in, of course, but scientists have shown that the universe is dying. It's winding down like a clock, and everyone within it.
But
not true. The universe is not dying. First of all, I don't even know what, the universe is not that old. I know once again, this goes back to my original point that although we call ourselves the old Earth because, the young Earth creationists believe in a universe that is 6,000 years old, and the scientists know that the universe is 4.5000. Oh yes, the Earth 00000. Thank you. And then
14,
yes, the universe is actually 13.8 exactly. We're still going to be going on for way longer than that. So this is kind of stupid.
I mean, if the heat death model, if that turns out to be true, whenever that would happen, trillions and trillions of years later, I mean, for us to even think about that now and use that as a way to say that nothing is meaningless, that's, I mean, for all intents and purposes, almost infinity.
And beyond. But yes, so far we have no good evidence for God. We have... I'm missing the second. We have no transitional forms and free will. Those are the three things, yes.
It will die. There will be no escape of the heat death of the universe. There will be no escape. We're not going to be able to go to other planets. The entire space universe is going to die. So when you think
also,
about
he jumped ship there because we are going to be able to visit other planets, or hopefully we will. That's a long. The heat death is way, 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 way longer than that. Unless we go extinct, let's try not doing that.
If God does not step in and create a new heaven and new earth like he says he's going to do, on the Christian worldview, the Christian can have an objective purpose. They definitely can, because we believe that there's going to be a new heaven, a new earth, and that we are judged and rewarded based on
what is your purpose?
Decisions that we make.
And what is that fucking purpose?
But the atheists believe
die and go to heaven and spend eternity telling God how great he is. I mean, but don't worry, Amy. God will take away your free will so that you won't even want to do anything else. You'll be sitting there,
glory, glory, glory,
telling God how great he is forever. But Amy, you will love every minute of it. There's nothing you could ever imagine that you'd want to do more. Even the thought of doing anything else would just be torturous to you. Yeah, painful. Even the thought of doing anything but telling God how great he is. And this is the ultimate fucking purpose from their position. This meaningless, mindless existence, nothing to learn, no questions asked, no discoveries to make, no surprises, no joy, no disappointments, just this vapid, meaningless existence that they long for. This chemically induced bliss that God is going to give them because he just makes them be happy while they're doing that. Like the fucking Borg.
Be happy.
Yeah, like the Borg, a collective mind.
See, this is what I mean about text. You can't tell if people are sarcastic or not.
Yeah, you never know.
Because we have confidence in NASA, and NASA... I always find it when people take pot shots at NASA to be weird. They're one of the better government agencies. They have a higher approval rating than probably almost any other because of what they do and their mission statement. And
they're not political.
They're not very political.
Well, they shouldn't be. They should not be.
Exactly. Well, none of them should be, but NASA actually isn't. And so it's always just weird. I always find. I mean, we work for them, James, just like we work for Soros. So we have to
locate God. No, God just hides himself too well. He's the universe's best hide and seek player.
Not being sarcastic. Okay, that makes me die a little on the inside, but I'll still take it. Like, why do you not trust NASA? Like, what is like? Do you have a reason?
Now, does that mean that we think everything NASA says is always going to be 100% right? They'll never get any. No, but
they're made out of humans.
They're not actively trying to deceive anybody. They're not actively trying to They might make a mistake once in a while, and when that happens, who will be the ones who point that out? The scientific community.
You know how you get rid of bad science? Good science. However, it's about faith, isn't it? No.
No, I mean,
I would say it's about generally confidence in the peer review system, in
it's not faith
academia,
in the people.
experiments.
It's the process. It's the process.
Yeah, and it's confidence in the process.
The scientific method that we don't just go based on one scientist. It's a collective effort. The process is designed to achieve the best results. Not that it's perfect. It's just the best thing we've ever come up with.
You were just yeah, but my question is just, why do you not think? And like, yeah, I could accept that. I think a lot of the programs are, but I still believe. But of all the programs, you know, I still think it's doing. And so I guess my just question is, you say you are on topic, but we're not talking faith. Neither James nor myself have any faith, as far as I can tell.
No.
But Sendon still loves Stephanie and everybody out there. We're having a good time. We're almost at the end, the other end of the tunnel as we ride on a motorcycle.
This was only a 20-minute video. Imagine.
I know.
But he really packed a lot of bullshit into this 19-minute video. He really did. You have to give him credit for that. He was packing that bullshit in there.
You said you have will in NASA. Will in NASA? That's not really the word I would use. I have confidence in NASA because of all the government organizations. They seem to, like we were saying, they're very nonpartisan. They seem to have a decent mission statement. They seem to be we reap benefits from a lot of the experimentation that goes on from them and around the world that have to do with astronautics. And so, yeah. Woo! Thank you so very much. Yo, I'll tell you, and that is the weird thing
Randolph.
Thank you so very much, Randolph, is that, like, when you personalize it, people will stick in. If it feels cheesy sometimes, well, we are cheesy sometimes, but I always hate the ads where you can tell it's like an ad. It's why even in our housekeepings, I like talking about different subjects. I was saying, will is faith. Are you deaf? I am indeed not deaf. I'm saying, this is what I hate. I'm not a fan of one-word definitions. You're saying will is faith. So you're telling me when you go to McDonald's, you have faith in Dr. Pepper over Coca-Cola?
I mean,
that doesn't make sense to me.
Stephanie, it seems a little discombobulated. I don't think there's a reason to get upset with Amy. She's actually trying to understand what you're saying and your argument.
I really do. I just want to know. Well, and this is, I got spicy, like I said, when I went on Knox channel. And so, because this is another subject that is near and dear metaphorically to my heart, probably a lot of atheists. This is this whole faith thing, because we get told we have faith all the time. And what I have found, I don't have faith in McDonald's. Okay, but if you are in a McDonald's, do you have will? You don't have will. So, okay, you're in the McDonald's. What is it that makes you choose Coca-Cola or Dr. Pepper over one another? Or no soda at all, and just say, I don't need anything to drink. Well, what mechanism? If it's not, You're saying it's not faith. I agree. I don't think it's faith either. If it's not will, I think it's will. There's a desire. Okay. How do you separate out someone being thrown through a window and someone opening a window? Say I have a desire to throw someone through a window, and I throw like I'm trying to I guess suss out all the 1 = 1. All praise the soda can. I can't help ourselves. I'll tell you, this is inevitably. In fairness, though, we did a 1 hour opening because of all the housekeeping. But it's true, we're past 3. That would mean you are sick. I don't think you're really getting the root of the question, though. Like, what is the difference between desire and will, then? All these things.
We are going to have an open mic after the.
That's true, and I'll go into it. Let's get into it. We got no good evidence, free will, and no transitional fossils.
Believes no God will step in, and if no God will step in, you guessed it, the universe dies, and everyone's going to die.
And the universe
the atheists are just wasting their time trying to be evangelical atheists because everyone's going to die anyways. Any good or evil that someone does,
don't waste what little time you have
on the atheist worldview. No one will be alive to remember.
Squander your time on this guy who doesn't even exist. Remember it.
No, ladies and gentlemen, atheists have no real purpose in life but to live and to die.
Which is the same purpose that you have. You just think you're going to die and go spend eternity telling some dude how great he is, how big his dick is.
It's big.
Yeah. Oh, it's so big, God.
So big.
You're so big. It's so huge, God. Oh, infinite in size, Dada.
Oh, my. A meaningless, purposeless life. Well, no, Shock, that's not true, the atheists will say, because one day we're going to create a utopia on this planet of all atheists. And really? No, you're not. Because the universe, remember, on your worldview, my atheist friends, dies and nobody lives anyways. So nothing an atheist does on their worldview. The Christians can say that there is an eternity, and I can see that it makes sense to preach Christianity on the worldview of Christianity, but the only reason why an atheist would preach their evangelical atheism, and you know it's true, don't you, my atheist friends, is you don't believe it. Because if you believed it, you would realize there is no objective purpose to an atheist life. They can pretend there is, but in the end, it's full of death.
And life.
Let's go to number 5.
And happiness. And so here we go. Number 5. We have now no good evidence, free will, no transitional fossils, and eventually the universe will end.
See what number 5 is. Atheists can say that they're nice and kind, but the fact of the matter is you cannot ground objective morality on atheism.
So atheism doesn't purport to ground any form of morality, including objective morality, but even the objective moralists would not that are skeptics, atheists, agnostics. I don't think they'd say atheism is what grounds even their objective morality. If I could steel man them,
I don't think they're related.
Yeah,
two separate concepts to them.
Is no God, then who makes up these rules that rape is wrong?
And I halfway agree with you.
How can you ground what is...
Murder is wrong because it hurts other conscious creatures.
Right.
You really don't need a Bible for that. Right, need a pair of those gloves.
Right on atheism and what is wrong. You cannot. If the person chooses to murder, why should it be wrong? If the person chooses...
I like how, again, the opposite of this. It's like, why shouldn't I kill? Because the guy upstairs said so. Not really a good reason.
To rape, why should it be wrong? Atheists might say, well, it's good.
Should a murder victim be forced to marry the rapist? The Bible says so.
To harm our species. No, it's not, because remember, on your worldview, Mr. and Mrs. Atheist, your entire population dies anyways. So what does it matter? It is madness in its purest form. Atheism is madness.
Things that would cause the... Was he about to spin out there? But no, things that would cause... the universe, according to our model, will end at some point, but actions that would cause the premature end of our species certainly can be factored out by evolution, right? So just the fact that at some point it will end doesn't mean it has to end tomorrow. And evolution
literally missing all of the points of like the vast majority of stories that we tell each other. Like you missed the fact that it's supposed to be about the journey. It's not supposed to be about you focusing on the fact that the journey will one day come to an end. Yes, that is life.
I mean, life will come to... Every child that is born will one day die. I mean, that doesn't sound pleasant. It doesn't make you feel all warm, but it's true.
But it's also what you focus on. There will also be a lot of life that comes from all of the past death as the cycle of life. I don't mean a karma or anything like that. I just more a Lion King kind of ecosystem, the circle of life, that kind of thing.
That's right, Mark.
You're missing the point about the journey, as he is on a literal journey. That's true. He literally is about to... Please stop believing. Hey, Mark, what is up? I was having fun with you on Nox stream. I'll never die. Mwahaha.
It makes sense. And if you're evolved from a fish, which atheists believe, why should we trust?
Just pick a random animal and get offended by it. A monkey, a fish, a lizard. We're pond scum.
A snail, an aardvark,
an amoeba. Like, really? Why are they so offended?
You to be rational. An atheist cannot be rational because they cannot ground objective values and truths.
Yeah.
They can't ground
you don't
them.
have objective grounds.
Why should we trust an evolved fish?
So mean. I'm a fish. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we're fish who have evolved huge brains to be able to think about things like this. And make up gods like your God, which was made up by humans. By evolved fish.
Seriously, evolution doesn't say we should trust that evolution leads to truth. It does not lead to truth. Remember, survival
doesn't care about truth.
Fitness, but does not.
The germ theory of disease or gravity, these are frameworks of facts. But they have nothing to do with atheism. Atheism, because they always like to take pot shots, it's just a theory. But atheism is just a single thing, whether a God exists. One thing. That's true. Fish have schools too, right?
Talk about
one of Randolph's
truth.
Kind of puns.
Now, on Christianity, you can ground truth because God is not illogical.
No, you can't.
God
because he says he's not.
He is a subjective mind. He cannot be an objective source of morality.
Well, God is logical. Well, you want to explain that Trinity thing to me?
Yeah.
Literally, his being is illogical. You can't understand it within the confines of logic. It's self-contradictory.
He is his own father, but also an energy source. I like how a mom is not part of that at all. Like, they can't even give women part of the Trinity. It has to be two guys and then like an energy source,
a spirit. Well, yeah. I mean, they did originally. It was Ashira was the wife of El.
Ashira. Oh, someone different. Okay.
She was his wife, and then Baal was the son, but they moved away from that. Then they really went to monotheism. It's just El, and then they brought Jesus in.
Exactly, Beamsy. The problem with the word fish is there's no clad of fish. There's a bony fish called a fish. The same with Carly. He's like, well, they always go, what does that mean? And it's like there's a separation because we and the animals that are related to sharks who have more of a cartilage prominent system going on. Different. Yes, we have cartilage, but not, And so they take that and go, we're a fish? Yeah, there's so much pagan stuff. It just says very specifically in the Bible, do not cut down and decorate it.
I mean, you can get the Trinity from the Bible. It's an interpretation. I don't believe in it, but I think it's not an invalid interpretation of the New Testament. You got several scriptures over there that seem to indicate that the Son is God, and then you've got scriptures that seem to indicate this other thing is not the Father and not the Son is also a God. And you try to make all those true at the same time, you come up with the Trinity, and they call it the divine mystery. It's a mystery of the faith because we can't understand it. Well, I mean, this is what happens when you've got multiple authors, each writing their own ideas about God, and the ideas are a little bit different. Okay, they're not all on the same page. Then you try to make them all true at the same time, and then you end up with strange doctrines like the Trinity to make it all work.
And with that, we're going to start wrapping up and going into the open mic.
4 more minutes.
We are doing 5 childish, stupid things that atheists say and believe.
Illogical things or activities. For example, all truth flows from the nature of God, my brothers and sisters.
No.
Why is homosexuality sinful?
No. And I like that because they just can't help themselves.
He went right there. He went right to the homosexuality.
You can't.
He's got that gay on his mind. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that's not the only thing he has on
his
mind.
No, it's because it's the only thing he can't justify as to why it would be wrong other than, well, God says it's wrong, so therefore it's wrong. It's icky.
It's gross because the big man upstage said so.
And evil. That's right. I said it. It's awesome to be a Christian where I can speak truth without fear as I hold my head high. Why is homosexuality sinful? Yeah, I said it.
Now you've said it twice. I didn't even
saying it.
Yeah, if you're listening, I didn't rewind. He just said it twice as if he's being brave.
Oh, he's a badass right there, right here. Christian doesn't like gay people. We got a badass over here.
It also says that you're supposed to stone, people like me to death. So maybe shut the. Oh my! It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Admiral Snack Bar. Ah, I like screaming. A la Snack Bar.
Because God is pure. You see how this flows from his nature. Why is it wrong for you and I, and even our atheists?
I just like how he's like, gays are icky. By the way, did you hear about what flows from his nature? He's like such a great personal relationship. He is
totally pure.
He's kind of like, he works out. He's kind of ripped, but like no homo.
Does he lift?
Totally no homo. He does. Yeah. Okay.
Friends to cheat on their spouse because God is so faithful. He is faithful. Why is it wrong
maybe
to be
because
dishonest
it
and
would
lie
hurt your
and cheat people?
spouse
Because
and harm your relationship that you have?
So I am not a big fan of following the law, and yet I don't lie, cheat, or steal.
Right.
Because I think it is fucked up and hurts other
And
people.
they're
It's the only reason I need. Literally the only reason.
Good. We're a social species, and people don't want to work and engage and trade with people who lie to them, who cheat them, or who would steal from them. So it's natural that one, because we've all done all those things, that we feel bad about it. That's why things like shame or embarrassment come into play, so that we don't make those mistakes again. We feel bad about things that we've done, so that we don't do things that harm our standing socially, that don't make people not want to associate with us.
We want to work together, cooperate.
Yeah.
Well, I see all the comments in the chat. I always say, if you get to heaven and like God is like, whoa, 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 I didn't mean stone gaze to death. Oh my God. I said get gaze stoned. Oh, just a big transcriber. But I'm a little bit skeptical, to say the least.
Of course, then the issue would be, well, then why didn't he make that clear? Because he knew that the humans would misinterpret that and end up killing gay people. But if that was what he wanted to say, he could have done that all along.
Picky, picky, picky.
God cannot lie. He is truth.
Oh, girlfriend, is that what he told you?
He can't even lie.
He hasn't told a lie to me. Like, he's always with me and tells me that I'm the best. Except
even when he goes out, he texts me all the time.
Exactly. And like, there was this one time, but like, besides that, and like,
that's like his cousin or anything. So I don't think anything would happen. I don't even think anything would happen. That's like his cousin, I think.
Yeah. Honey bunches of oats. Need to drop him like a flat pancake.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been 5 stupid things that atheists believe in. If you want to help atheists, click share below this video. Send this to your atheist friends. And
we got it.
The rest of October, November, and December. And atheists, you are going to fail again. This is 10 years in a row. 10 years in a row that atheists have failed the Shock of God challenge. Amazing Atheist couldn't answer it. Godless Engineer couldn't answer it. Richard Dawkins couldn't answer it. Not one atheist has been able to conquer the Shock of God challenge. And if you want to see them try and evade it, remember, trust me, I'm not lying.
Trust me.
Video evidence.
Would this guy lie to you, ladies and gentlemen? A street preacher in the middle of the street? I doubt
Kawasaki.
Yeah, as he sits there being as condescending as possible.
Being an arrogant, condescending prick.
Yeah.
Look right below here in the video of the Atheist Experience show denying to give proof and evidence that atheism is accurate. Correct. They said atheism cannot be true. They actually say that. They said because it's the lack of belief, and we know why they say that.
That doesn't mean atheism can't be true. We are saying we are atheists for the lack of belief.
We can't prove atheism as an affirmative fact. Well, I mean, I guess
position.
I wouldn't say that we could do that, but
yeah, or at least I'm not convinced 100%. I'm just convinced. There are certain gods, like the Omni God, I think are.
Yep, their God. Yeah, we can be fairly certain.
And then I'm confused by what this mind would do. I'm not saying that it's impossible to exist. It just seems silly. Like, am I the only one hoping this turns into a world's greatest crash? It's it, but I said this at the beginning. I felt like a bee, but like I didn't want him to get hurt. But it is just when you're being an asshole and you're doing stuff like this, it does make you want to have like the insta karma that that we don't actually believe exists.
Like a Mack truck just coming.
Yeah. I don't really want him to be hurt. I really like but it would be funny if something happened and then he wasn't hurt. But yeah, I agree.
Like he was okay because he would give credit to God, like God.
It's true. Yeah.
Almost. Yeah.
Let's go into the end game.
Atheists, you're self-deluded and you lack arguments against God's existence. If there was proof and evidence that atheism was accurate and correct, the world would be atheist by now. But why, pray tell, is the largest group in the world?
We're getting there, buddy.
People know where the
indoctrination, because people are born into it.
The lack of good science education in our country.
Well, yeah, lack of access to information technology.
Yeah.
The truth is. So God bless you guys. Have a great week. Remember, click share below this video. Send it to your sweet, cuddly, huggable atheist friends. And I'm going to ask them a question right now. Your atheist friends watching.
And I just want to say he has made a single good point all night. If you don't mind, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Share that video. If you are looking for a friend, a family member, or very specifically someone you're debating with.
This. If you have been sent this video, I want you to make a video response to this. I challenge you. I don't dog dare you.
Done.
I bet you don't have the guts to do it as an atheist.
James,
give us some proof and evidence that would finally at last show
I don't think so.
that atheism is accurate and correct. But you know what, my atheist friends? You're not going to do it. You know why?
Is he like shaking the wheel to like?
You don't have to
shake his head.
Yes, I think so.
Like that could be dangerous though. Don't shake don't shake the wheel like that when you're trying to shake your head.
Hey, I'll say it again, Ozzy, because yes, we kind of addressed it in that of all the atheists. I've always said I've been sympathetic to Brett because I told this to James. It's the whole reason I reached out to him in the first place. I have felt pain in his voice. Everyone has their downsides. I'm sure James could sit here and roast Brett all day. I have just tried to.
I don't want to do because I don't get any joy out of roasting or being mean to somebody like that. But
sure. Well, and I guess it always depends on just to go back to my ethic. It always depends on the situation. I was furious at him, and when he basically invited me to do an interview, and then got angry that I told him
he disappears for 8 months
next week. Yes. However, I think he got a little perspective and apologized to me, and I am a squishy, empathetic human, and I want people to be good and be friends and compromise. And so him releasing this video, he gets accused of going wish ways. We all, I'll be honest with you, we should all evolve in our views. You shouldn't have the same views. I definitely don't have the same views I had 10 years ago. But
if you're going in and out of, in and out of your religion 3 or 4 times a year, you're Christian, you're not. You're Christian, you're not. And you've been in that cycle for several years now. Something's wrong.
Well, yeah, I would say major flip flop. My big warning is when people go from one extreme position to the other. This is what I think is how Khalil got caught into the Dawa channels,
going from atheism to full-blown Islam.
And so exactly. And so and not only full-blown Islam, but like most Muslims don't dress like that. Like I hate to say, like when I say it's
like
role playing, they'll look at me and they'll be like, "Well, you're transgender, aren't you role playing?" It's no, this is just the way I wanted Just I wanted to wear a potato
character
shirt.
selection.
And so here is character selection, exactly. And so it's always weird to me when they become this major Arabic nationalist, which is the type of clothes and uniform that they start to wear.
Even like when I saw on his channel and all, like when he does the videos and he's got his hand up like this, like an imam. Like, and that's like the thing. It's like,
and I see regular. I had a party about a week or two ago at a Muslim chick's genderqueer. I need to be careful with my pronouns. If not, maybe a man.
Genderqueer Muslim.
FTM. What I'm trying to say is they were a Muslim that drank. They were drinking.
Obviously not fundamentalists.
Yes, and so those are the type of Muslims I'm looking for, types of Jews and Christians. But to get back to the Brett Keane thing, I hope he stays strong. He has taken a position against Ken Hovind. I hope. Listen, y'all, you can become you can make good content criticizing Ken Hovind, sending love to my brother from another mother.
No.
Atheist Jr.
Amy, I'm
righteous.
What's that? Finish.
Oh, and I'm not saying Brett should do that. What I am saying is I hope he stays strong in this one position because I think there is good evidence. I think Matt Powell is even more disgusting. Like James was saying, at least Ken Hovind's politically correct about it. When he's in front of your face, he'll be a little bit warm and make jokes. And
he's not going to say we should probably be executing you.
Yes, Matt Powell is this weird mix of that. Grandma thinks that he's lovely. Oh, he's my boy, and he helps me.
Little Maddie Powell, he's so sweet.
And then he goes and he makes videos about his fellow citizens being executed just because they happen to have a different gender.
The LGBT.
Degenerate, reprobate. Christians should be. Atheists were already against him, but theists should be against him. From deist to every flavor of Christian. And so I really do. I'm gonna
be telling you I told you so.
No, well, let me tell you, James. I can't help who people are. I can't help if he becomes the number one. He changes his name to the number one Ken Hovind support channel.
And I don't think he really means it. I don't think he's going to stick with it. But because he's done this before with the whole Zaire thing when that came out. He was nice to Cindy when she first started going on, and then he threw her under the bus. And I'm not hopeful, but I mean, I'm not going to sit here and bash him and say a whole bunch of mean, nasty things to him, even though I could, but that's not the topic of this discussion. I'm not going to do that right now.
Somewhere in between, as always, with me. I can't help it. And so I'm sending love. And
he puts all those nasty videos about Atheist Jr.
That is why I called Brett out. Brett knows why.
But he still does it. He's still doing it.
He's still doing AJ content?
I think I saw he did something a few days ago. Short. I'd have to double check.
Because that was my thing. It was. This is why I got pissed.
He's incredibly nasty.
He was like, friends don't stick up for each other, but then he or call back or whatever he said, and then he said he attacked my friend. I view many of you out there as my friends. I know that we are the Skeptic and Ranting community and debating and all this shit, but AJ is a brother from another mother.
And deleted the video.
Good. Okay. Good. Because I hate that argument, that insult, that if you use autism or ADHD as an insult, chances are you need to take a look on the inside. Once again,
not that this guy is qualified to diagnose anybody for anything,
but
he's not qualified to go.
No, I want to end it on Brett, please, because I would rather, because in he one of his things is Brett. I at least want to listen to people and give him a chance. I want to give him every chance he can to actually stay strong with this position. And so I understand people throwing you under the bus or acting like they're your friends when you're not. Oh, exactly. 100. That is 100%.
Yeah.
And whenever you push them on that insult, they always start to get quiet. Or
with Amy has been diagnosed with ADD, as Darth Dawkins asked, and there are plenty of people on the autistic spectrum, friends of the show, who are great people. They do great content. They are great debaters, great people. There's nothing wrong with it.
Sometimes it's even an advantage. I'm not saying it doesn't have its downsides, but like,
I think it's it's part of human evolution in a way.
It might be. I've dated at least 2, maybe 3 people on the autism spectrum, and each one of them have been like charismatic or electrifying in their own way. Sometimes I used to get this wrong, that autism meant like they're all introverted or they don't have
not necessarily.
It's not. No, I've met people on the spectrum that are both introverted, extroverted, and yet each one of them not only have I fallen in love with, but they have always had, I don't know, something that just they find connections with other people in ways that you may not expect.
Yeah.
And it may not. You can see my miming now. I think my ADD is very. It's always apparent if you were to watch me try and stand still off camera, because I cannot stand still. Like, I am always moving. I'm always pacing or something, but it doesn't feel like I'm pacing to me. When people tell me to stop, I could feel like a pressure. Like, I'm like, why would I? People tell me it's a defining feature. It sounds weird when I'm talking about it on camera because I'm always miming, I'm always moving, and people just expect that. But I'm doing this off camera. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, we're getting to the end of this episode.
The real you.
The real me, exactly. Rachel says, because I asked her, I'm like, am I any different, like, off camera? And she said, not except for my announcer voice. I have a little bit different of a voice, apparently, which I said. My mom used to make fun of me because she said when I play, with games or online games with the voice chat, my voice would be different. And I tease Rachel for the same thing. And apparently I get into the announcer voice on here, but I'm still me.
They would say, Goldie would say, that's your feminine voice because you have to force yourself to talk different.
I wonder if it's I don't know. I don't think it's feminine. I think it's this weird. It's not feminine or masculine. It's like this weird, like, it almost sounds like I feel like I'm mass produced, but it's just a repetition thing. Welcome, everyone, to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe on tonight's episode. It's just you do it over and over.
No, I mean your voice in general. Like, they would say,
oh no, exactly. Well, I get told they're like, yes, won't you show us your real voice? I used to get yelled at by I wouldn't say gatekeepers, but because now that I have raised I'm a grandma trans girl. I have raised trans girls that have raised trans girls. But I used to get crap all the time from people that be like, you gotta change, you gotta work on your voice. And I was just like, I'm just gonna do me. And it works somehow. I have not had any vocal lessons. I've had singing lessons. I have not had any whatever. I'm just whatever I am. But yes, we are at the end. Let's get it. 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in. He didn't add the in, but he says it on sometimes.
Evidence that atheism is accurate and correct. Atheism, thus, is madness.
Madness.
So,
I like that
January,
driveway
I'm going to be making another video celebrating how the
All right. He's already talking about another. And so with that, we are going to go over his 5 rules that we're going to open up. There are the 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in. Number 1 is that there is no good evidence for a God, which is not a childish
We lack a belief.
No. Yeah. Yes. Number 2, that free will, atheists don't believe in free will. That's not a true statement. Atheists can believe or not believe in free will, but it's a childish or stupid thing to say.
I don't. Randolph does. Amy's in the middle. I mean, it is what it is. It's not related to atheism.
Number 3, there are no transitional fossils. A stupid statement.
Once again, Amy, all fossils are transitional. He doesn't like it, but they said we will play that violin for him anytime he wants to hear it. It's still true. All fossils are still transitional.
Womp, womp, womp,
yeah, sorry, dude.
At number 4, the universe is going to come to an end someday.
Ultimate.
Do I have to get the violin back out every time for all of these?
Yeah.
Like
womp, womp.
It just seems like all of these come down to it's really sad. Boo-hoo.
It's like a bummer. Yeah, like wouldn't it be like a bummer if this life was all we had and like there was nothing else after that? Wouldn't that like suck? Well, yeah, maybe.
You just gotta enjoy the one life that we actually know we have.
But why not like waste most of this life worshiping this imaginary being, and then like maybe we'll get an afterlife? Maybe. I mean, AJ and set that up perfect for Mark. Said this is madness, and Mark says this is Sparta. Yeah.
Basically, also a good movie. This is religion. And then, what was his number 5? I'm trying to...
morality. Was it
morality? We have no objective grounding for morality. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The 5 childish, stupid things that atheists say and believe in. It turned out to be 5 childish, stupid things this man says. But yeah.
Added some straw men, some bullshit, and anyway.
Came into some lovely straw man pasta. But yeah, if you agree or disagree with us, we're actually about to be going into
open this bitch up.
The open mic. I'm gonna have my own intro to the open mic because I forgot to read my opening statement.
Open it right up,
and then everyone will just come in after. Exactly. But this is one of a few short form that I think we're gonna do. We still got actually a few more. But I already see Mark joining us and Atheist Jr. And all right, which means I am going to take a sip of this. Yes, we're going to transition.
Beamsy.
And thus,
AJ says he's a straw fag. There you go.
Aren't we all, though? Is it better than being a steel fag? But remember, TOS, I love the gays, particularly when they're going down on me. What were we talking about? Let's get to.
Let's do it.
I guess I'm going to be the first open micer.
Yeah, whip it out.
And we'll do that. So, without a doubt, we are going to Skeptic and Ranting. We are 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in, and we are going into the open mic. Oh my, oh my. 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe? Well, atheists can sometimes say silly things. We're not immune from making mistakes or being dumb. However, I find most atheists are this position because they are skeptics, meaning that their atheism derives from their skepticism. One of the major reasons being doesn't seem to be any good evidence for a God. But there are also many good reasons to think a God doesn't exist. The omnis contradict each other. Beings don't seem to make natural laws because minds currently come from very squishy animals. Though, if we were to switch the shoe onto the other foot, the amount of silly claims we've heard from theists, they would make Santa Claus blush. A being is watching us 24/7, 365, Orwell's nightmare, outside time and space. This being wants us to know that they exist and what we put up our butt. But it's a game or a test. So, it can't do so directly or in any verifiable manner ever. Especially since miracles have become more lame. No more talking snakes, massive floods, or men who can generate bread better than Pepperidge Farm. Or rise from the dead. No, with the invention of phones, miracle claims seem to have gone away. No cutting of the moon. Or talking ants. Pixar. No talking burning bushes. Unless your state legalized cannabis. And no 6,000-year-old Earth or flat Earth. No giants. No angels or demons. And while atheists don't actually believe we came from nothing, creationists believe that God made us from nothing, or dirt, or clay, or a rib, or depends on the passage. So, 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe. The Kalam, the contingency argument, Pascal's wager, the Shroud of Turin, Watchmaker, and a bonus, just not understanding basic biology. Wait, no. That's theism. Right, exactly. Oh, well. Better luck next time. Thank you. And all right, James.
I don't have a formal statement.
All right. With that,
I think I said my piece in the video.
We've been saying our piece, right, for a little while. Yeah. Let's get into. I just think it's so funny how much
wonderful skeptics
you and our audience kind of predicted my opening statement. Like half the jokes were totally all throughout chat, which I love. These people, they've been doing the same shtick for thousands of years.
We feel like we know your comedy. Not that you're not predictable, not that you don't surprise us once in a while, but you've made a few of these jokes before.
The Kalam may have been roasted once or twice before.
Yeah.
All right. With that, speaking of people who roast the Kalam, we got Rark Mead. Atheist Jr., Midnight Sparkle, and Beamsy behind stage. And we are going down. Rock Mean, welcome to Skeptic Ranting. We are talking 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
This is madness, Mark.
Oh, obviously, it's obviously, yeah. No, I love it. So here I am back for more. I can't stay away. Apparently, yeah. This is. I love it. It's so wonderful. You know what? I'm going to push back on you a second, Amy, because not all theists do not have an understanding of evolution and biology. Some are very well versed on evolution and biology. They're called old Earth creationists.
Oh. Right? I could not agree with you more on that statement.
Yeah.
I was just maybe roasting them a little bit.
Yeah, I know. You're doing exactly the same thing they are, basically. Let's apply this blanket statement to all atheists, like everything we believe is exactly the same. You know, this whole thing about free will. You know, I believe in compatibilism. At the moment, I'm not 100% sure I can prove it or demonstrate it, as well as determinism. Not sure we can prove that, but yeah. So I must admit I missed the first part of the video. What was number 5? What was number 5?
Morality. We don't have a ground objective.
We don't have an objective grounding.
It's always funny when the same people that are sort of complaining that you don't have morality are excusing the most heinous acts of our society, you know, like the Catholics, you know, taking the moral high ground after their priests have done the worst stuff in society, and they're still defending that church till their dying breath is just incredible. You know, these people like, you know, Smoky Saint took a moral high ground kind of thing, and then all this stuff. It is insane.
Lied to everybody about who he was for a year.
Right, exactly. And you know, they take this moral high ground, and as it turns out, secular morality is usually superior. The churches are always playing catch up, trying to catch up to secular morality, because they always have to find workarounds for some of the horrible stuff that they sort of believe. It's really weird. So transitional fossils, yes, all fossils are transitional. Some are more transitional than others, and I sort of say that colloquially, like sort of at a bit of a gaffe, but yeah, some are more indicative of a change of clade of others, you know, like the Archaeopteryx. Right, tectonic with the walking fins kind of thing. Some are more indicative of a transition than others, and I think those are the ones they're talking about. But I don't understand how you can look at Archaeopteryx, which is, for all intents and purposes, a dinosaur with wings and, you know, a beak and all of the
feathers.
Things that we. Right. Well, I mean, I was including feathers with wings. Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right. They've got feathers that you can see the scales turning. Like it is absolutely indicative of a transition between one type or one type of clay to another, and you can sort of say, well, it's not transitional. How is that? Especially, and let's add, it was predicted. It's a bird with teeth. It's exactly what was predicted. Ridiculous. So yeah, and this whole thing about the universe coming to an end, I mean, is that seriously worrying anybody? Is any atheist out there going, oh, but the universe is going to end eventually, I better go out and, you know, my entire life is invalidated? Is anybody seriously thinking that? What an utter load. That isn't Shock of God one of these weirdos that like sort of left the internet and then came back? I don't know. I feel like his name should trigger some bells or something. But
apparently he's on Conservapedia, so maybe you can
maybe he
check
really
his Conservapedia profile. Yeah, he wrote an article about himself.
That's where I always go when I look for
the factual, most non-biased, absolutely,
non-biased information. Yeah, absolutely. Conservapedia. I think Emma Thorne just did something on that with our good friend Bree on Conservapedia. She did a video on it, so check out Bree's channel if you want. She's got something on Conservapedia. I think they were writing articles for it just to sort of troll with them, kind of thing, which is hilarious, and I fully endorse.
That is a great their time, yeah.
Great about time, yeah. But yeah, I'd love to talk to some theists and understand why when we say these things, they're just calling them silly isn't an argument, right? It isn't a refutation. It doesn't hold any kind of, authority or anything. Just saying, hey, that's silly. It doesn't explain why it's not a good thing to say. So I'd love to hear some of them sort of explain.
Certain things are not intuitive,
Right. Well, you can't just sort of go, well, it sounds silly to me. Well, that doesn't, when we talk about what we find silly that theists say, sort of like, these things like the Kalam and like Pascal's wager, we can explain why they are. We can explain logically the reasons why they are. So maybe he should have done a less of sort of ranting about what he thought was sinful and more of explaining why they are in fact silly.
The preacher has taken a dig. Mark never agrees with
anything. Yes, so if you said the sky was blue, I would never agree with you. I am just
never take a stance on anything.
I have zero answers. Yeah, ask me what 1 and 1 is, and I just don't know. Wow, yeah. So that's just a sort of boilerplate, Perry statement, just sort of, mixing it up.
Typical Perry. Good to see you, Perry.
So thanks for the non-statement, Perry. Chills. But good to see you all.
18 hours a day, Amy.
That's right. And welcome on, Rourke Mead. It's good to have you here.
Rock Mood. It's great to be here. But go on to the next person. I'm done ranting. Well, I'm not done.
But we're about to bring on AJ, but your debate opponent. So there you go. What time is it where you're at? It is 4 a.m. right now. Been talking to Mark on Discord about time zones. We're about to have the Mark Reid versus Zellini debate me, brah.
Nice.
It's going to be an actual. Oh my God! It's going to be so nice to have a debate where we can hear both interlocutors. You have no idea how much. I like that. I feel like we can get that on Modern Day Debate. I feel like we can get that on here. I still love the Discord servers that I frequent. It's just my lordy. And it might have been also those two interlocutors specifically. But we're going to get Zellini and Mark Reid. Rourke Mead. Thank you so very much, Rourke. We will welcome to the panel. And all right. AJ, Atheist Jr., we are skeptic and ranting on 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in. That's right. Great to see you. And what are your thoughts about the video or the topic itself?
Well, Mark Reid is somebody who is not an opinionated person. If he is in a room, he is definitely the person who is very quiet. And does not talk about things. He doesn't get very passionate either. So I think this is just a projection, basically. This is what Christians, creationists really do best. They basically either are recycling arguments or just accusing atheists of stuff that they do. Like we were talking in the chat earlier about how they always say that, you believe science or you believe insert scientific theory on faith. Well, no, because faith is something that you just accept with literally no evidence. But science is based on evidence. Science is based on observed phenomena and gathering data and testing your hypothesis and doing experiments and then having other people try and repeat what you did and peer review it, and they want to make you look like an idiot and say this person is wrong. What an asshole. So like recently, a lot of these creationists have been claiming that peer review is just when everybody gets together and agrees with each other about science. It's like, no, they're trying to
science is a cabal.
They're trying to destroy each other basically, because if they get to prove that this person got something wrong or they get to correct something, they get to add their name on that paper and get cited. But saying that, I guess he was saying that every fossil is transitional and he's saying he disagrees with that, but it's true because really, we talk about transitional fossils and what we're referring to is something that is obviously transitional between two distinct, different like species or genera, but really like we're all transitions in a very, very long gradient that has tiny, tiny changes with every single generation. So it's true that every fossil is transitional and every living organism that's extinct or extant is part of evolution. So that's true. I mean, he kind of just said it and was like, well, I'm incredulous about this, so it's probably wrong, which is just, it's just classic.
No evidence, but, no data, just I don't like it.
Yeah. So Mark Mead, I think he mentioned Emma Thorne. So me and her recorded a collaboration today. We recorded for almost like 3 hours. I think we were watching Matt Walsh
always
videos.
Like you guys' collabs. They're always
And so I'm really excited for when those videos come out. They're gonna come out
especially because she triggers Kent so bad.
Yeah, February 11th is when those videos are gonna come out. So we did a video that's gonna be on her channel, which was us watching Matt Walsh violently reacting to a book called The Gay BCs. So it's like an ABCs book for children that just has terms like bisexual and intersex in it. And he gets so angry. And the second video we did, which is going to be on my channel, was Matt Walsh when he was on Joe Rogan's show and they started talking about gay marriage and Joe Rogan just completely fucking embarrasses him. And it's really hilarious. So yeah, look out for that. And that's pretty much it for me.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much,
Thanks,
AJ.
AJ.
And I
Great
do
to
want
see
to
you.
say you should be checking out both of those content creators. You should be checking out both Mark Reid at youtube.com/MarkReidAtheism. You should be checking out Atheist Jr. at youtube.com/Atheist Jr.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, we should be supporting not only each other, but I have to ask you, AJ. I guess I already got the answer. I guess let's hope that the people against Kent stay against Kent.
Yeah, I actually had something to say about Brett Keane. I forgot you guys were talking about him earlier. So I feel like some people are giving him credit for sort of calling out Matt Powell. But in that video, Matt Powell says how Brett Keane shared the LGBT sermon when Matt Powell posted that video. He shared it. So basically,
this is nothing new. Matt Powell's been saying this shit for a long time.
Yeah, but Brett Keane shared that video. Exactly.
Right.
So
you're saying Brett gave him publicity, even amongst the hate. It's kind of like
it's not like he just realized that Matt Powell hates gay people. No, he's known that this whole time.
Exactly. He's known exactly who Kent Hovind is this whole time. He's known exactly who Matt Powell is this whole time. And Brett Keane has been very supportive of both of them. So he had no problem about Kent and his abuse towards Cindy, the stuff with Chris Jones. He had no problem about all of Kent's misogyny and all of his anti-science rhetoric. The problem he had was when he realized that Kent Hovind would not promote his channel and help him get clout. That was when he was like, oh, suddenly fuck Kent. And that's just so cowardly that he didn't care about any of this stuff. But once he realized that Kent Hovind wasn't going to make a video saying, hey, go over to Brett Keane's channel because I'm going to be on there, that's when he was like, oh, now I'm going to turn on Kent. What a coward. Seriously. Fuck Brett Keane. Guy's a manatee.
Thank you so very much, AJ.
Put that and make it into a video and just send it out there to everybody.
And with that, we got Midnight Sparkle and Beamsy left to add in. Though if you want to join the panel, the StreamYard link is in chat. Midnight Sparkle, welcome, welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting on 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe. And what are your thoughts?
Well, I can't. I guess I can't put it any better than what everyone else has put. Well, I do definitely believe that we are transitional forms, right? Like that. Like the shock of God is just okay. You know what? You know what? You before when I made that comment about taking a shot every time you're grateful you're not him, like you did do the gesture, but just think about it, okay? Just think about it. Imagining drinking every time you see that guy on stream, and you're like, I'm glad
They're
I'm not that
coming out
guy.
with a new one, by the way.
Oh God. I mean, okay, and even if the universe is quote unquote dying, but by the time the universe actually dies, all of us will be gone. Okay, the earth itself will be engulfed by the dying sun. Like the earth and humans will be gone. Like it, this guy's an idiot. I'm sorry, but this guy is an idiot. Without God, there is no, atheists have no meaning. They can say they do, but they really don't. Yeah. Uh,
Nana Nana Boo Boo. It's
yeah.
basically the entire video.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but I kind of agree with Bimsy before when he's like it would be really funny if he gets hit. Actually, I don't know if I should say this, considering TOS is a bitch on Twitter, YouTube.
No, I mean, I think you're not the only one. Like I said, I don't think anyone wants people to get hurt, but I will say that it is funny to watch condescending people to get taken down a peg. I think that's basically what America's Funniest Home Videos and all the other whatever. Choose your insert funniest videos thing. That's like the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't normally like to dehumanize, but I think I'll make an exception for Shock of God. I'm obviously joking. I hope.
I just don't understand their names sometimes. This will be the last thing. I'll let you say whatever at midnight. But like, it hurts me when they name themselves like the super logical. This is
I'm always
just some of their names are like so on the nose.
Yeah, it's like super logical or standing for truth, right? Like you claim to stand for truth, but for some reason,
I wasn't gonna say any specific shit. There are channels out there. There's some of them are logical and probable. And
I'm not shit talking him. I'm just saying that his name.
Oh,
you know I
feel the exact same way. I mean, I'm sure there are atheists that do it too, but it's just always funny when
honestly,
if you have to name yourself the most logical person. For instance, there's someone on Discord I used to get in fights with because his name was True Thinker, not because his name was True Thinker, but I just like to just type into chat, what am I gonna call myself? Well, I'm a true thinker.
Well, honestly, Amy, maybe I'm sure there probably are atheists out there, but I've generally usually seen it around the theists.
Oh, I feel the same way. I'm trying to be unbiased, but I have to say that so I at least come off
Well, I don't know. I personally always see it around theists, but maybe you can point me to
maybe we're biased.
Well, hey, you know what? We're biased. So what? Who gives a shit?
I'm biased. I admit it. About being biased.
Well, true.
He's obviously biased. Just the fact that he calls Kenobi a doctor shows that he's biased.
He's a doctorate in basket weaving. All right.
It has nothing to do with anyone being hurt as they show worlds. Okay, never mind. I don't know if I should read that. But
oh my.
All right, you can kill me now.
Not at all. Guy, so. Welcome to the Paddle Midnight. We only got Beamsy left to bring on. Beamsy. We are Skeptic and Ranting Beamsy on 5 childish stupid things atheists say and believe in. And what are your thoughts about the video or the topic?
Basically the same thing. We've heard everything they've said before, and it's mostly just all misrepresentations. Like they say that science is a thing that we believe in. No, science is just a description of the knowledge that we've attained. What they're trying to conflate is the aspect of the way that the scientific method is used and approached to the way that we actually reflect it in reality and the assumptions that we have actually made in the aspect to determine what reality is and isn't.
I agree. And all right, thank you so very much, Beamsy.
No,
and with that,
Woo! Go Vimsy!
well, I always say we always try and bring the theist and the creationist because the skeptics come on and they're just always so reasonable and rational and logical. Man, someone should make that into a name.
Hey,
they should be standing for rationalism.
Let's get some people in here that are going to overtalk us.
Hey, when it comes down to it,
I will overtalk you. That's what I'm doing now. Sorry, Vimsy.
I was hopeful that the preacher would come in, but the preacher left. The preacher scurred.
He had to go preach.
Would say.
No,
he had to go preach.
The guy's insane. Legit.
I was hoping RedBull would come in so I could go into explaining exactly how he is wrong in regards to the firmament and go through an exact detail of the way that we use electromagnetic radiation in regards to using it for detection and things. But
well, that would be sexy to watch. I'm not gonna lie. He's not here.
You can wish for creationists to come in here, but as long as it's not bubblegum gun, then I'm okay.
Oh yeah, well, okay, that's bubblegum gun.
I don't understand. He wants to die on this hill, and this hill is that dogs didn't evolve from wolves, or we didn't breed dogs from wolves, and I don't know why he wants to die on this hill. Grayson, who's amazing, AJ and I've met Grayson. He's got a biology background, knows way more than I do. He's really cool. He sort of said, okay, there's this cave dog. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it was this cave dog, right? And so he's saying, what's the breed of dog that came from wolves? And he's like, oh, this cave dog that came from Germany, and said the name of it. And he's like, oh, but that's not a breed. It's like, well, you realize that when they descended from wolves, there weren't breeds. Like, breeds are a thing that humans have produced. It was the stupidest conversation I've ever heard in my life. I've got no idea why Bubbles wants to die on this particular hill, but he was just made to look so foolish. Because, Grayson's giving him species designations, which are usually letters and numbers kind of thing. And he's like, oh, but that's not a breed. It's like, what does it matter? He's telling you the intermediates between them, and you're going, oh, but if it's not a breed like, Chihuahua or Great Dane, it doesn't count. I mean, it was the stupidest argument I've ever heard. So, yeah, I'm all for Bubbles not joining and adding his insanity to everything.
Yeah, my sanity is enough.
Are you referring to the Magdalene hotspot?
I don't think so. Give me one second.
The Magdalene hotspot
is that a sex move?
No, it's in Grischhof in South. In Grischhof in southwestern Germany, they found about 10,000 years of fossil canids inside a cave.
Who put them there? They found Jesus in a cave, but after 3 days he left.
No, they specifically did not find him in the cave. That's the entire point.
Yeah, this is what I've never understood. It's like, okay, so Christians say that Jesus died and then he resurrected. And it's like, okay, how do you know that? And it's like, well, the Romans, they put him in a cave, and then they moved the boulder to block the exit. And then 3 days later, the boulder had been moved and the body wasn't there. It's like, okay, well, somebody could have moved the body, right? And it's like, no, he resurrected and went to heaven, but because the boulder was moved. But it's like, didn't the Romans move the boulder in the first place though? Like, I don't know. Maybe I have the story wrong, but I don't find anything miraculous about that story.
Yeah, neither do I really.
And Mark, in regards to the Archaeopteryx, it's the flight feathers is one thing between birds and dinosaurs. The fact being it actually has a rigid tail is the dinosaur aspect. It didn't have a beak. It actually had a jaw with teeth and fingers on the wings, but it had flight characteristics on the breastbone, as well as it had semi-avian wings but it had fingers, and they were fully developed flight.
And that was a specific prediction, wasn't it? It was the unfused wing fingers.
Yeah. Darwin said that they would find a bird, or they would find a dinosaur/bird specimen that would have unfused wing wing fingers, and then 2 years later they found it.
As well as with the avian flight feathers.
Yeah.
It's probably the most drastic and prevalent of any of the transitional forms you could think of, and we have so many of them that it's very difficult to deny them.
Well, I've seen so many debates with creationists where evolutionists, they try to explain to them, people like Kent Hovind, that because they say, oh, well, we've never observed evolution. It's like, well, the reason that we think evolution is true versus creationism is because of the fact that if we base predictions on the idea that animals evolve and life has common ancestry on Earth, we can make predictions, and these predictions have come true a lot of times, and we've been able to predict where and in what layer we'll find fossils like Tiktaalik, and then they go find them. It's like, how does that happen if the theory is not true? And that doesn't happen with creationism, but they either don't understand it, or they're just sort of, they don't want to admit that they don't have any predictions that have come true, even though they say that the Bible has like so many confirmed prophecies,
Can you name one?
Well, I think that there was something about, they said that Alexander the Great was going to conquer this country, and then it would just be a place for fishermen to spread their nets. And
it was Nebuchadnezzar conquering the city of Tyre. Basically, it was said that Nebuchadnezzar would throw down their walls and destroy everything, that Tyre would never be inhabited again. It was specifically about Nebuchadnezzar. And basically, he completely failed to wipe out the city. They actually held up in a fort, and then it went on to say, well, because God couldn't give him this city, he would then conquer, Egypt and all these lands. And he didn't do that either, which is just, a complete failure on two levels. But what they did is then they said, oh, well, the text said it was Nebuchadnezzar, but because Alexander the Great conquered Tyre, then that's what they were talking about.
But then Tyre is still habited even now, so that's...
Yeah, but then they just make the apologetic that, but not the ancient city, that the ruins are still ruins. And it's like, yeah, you're a far cry now from, the city never being inhabited and wiped off the map, and it will only be a place for fishermen to spread their nets, to, yes, there's some ruins there, and those are what they were talking about. It's sort of this mental gymnastics to get you from one to the other.
Jesus predicted that the temple would be destroyed, but I think they think that was actually added after it was destroyed, and then they went back and added that when he said not one stone will be left upon another for the temple after the Romans sacked it.
I was always confused about just a phrase of a place for fishermen to spread their nets, because I initially thought, okay, so if this is like an island that this place is on, then they're saying it's going to be completely wiped out and there's just going to be water there. But then apparently that verse means that the fishermen spread their nets on dry land to dry them off in the sun. Like, I don't know what that means.
Interrupt you guys. I just want to say, AJ, that before we get pseudonym in, I agree with you that I just find the empty tomb really odd. I always say that seems to be evidence he did not resurrect. Like, if you would expect a preacher, in my opinion, to spend the rest of his life to actually go around preaching, because that's kind of his thing.
Especially since this is just a claim empty tomb. Can we see it? Do we know that was the tomb? Do we even have any solid evidence Jesus ever existed, let alone rose from the dead? No.
Actually, I saw Tom Jump make an interesting argument, and that's like sort of bereavement psychosis kind of thing, like people that
I've heard that before,
loved ones, and I thought it was very interesting. But the empty tomb is something different. But you're right. There's no way we can check to see if the tomb's empty, if it wasn't empty. Did they get the wrong tomb? Was it covered up by something? Was
the body removed by somebody else?
I'm now imagining ancient MapQuest. They're like, is this the right
maybe
tomb?
A bear found the body.
Should we?
In the Middle East, yes, a bear, AJ. That's exactly what happened.
There are bears in
maybe
Afghanistan,
Santa Claus
Mark.
found the body. I mean, at this point, it could be anything.
Man,
They're there.
And with that,
maybe Ken Hovind went back in time and removed the body.
I think only the Australians will get that reference.
What if it was a gay man who was a bear?
Good. That's a good point.
That's a good point. All right, checkmate, Mark Rockmead.
I just wanted to say really quickly. So many Christians, like I've literally seen a video where they're like, this person is like about to cry because he's talking about how Jesus was in so much pain on the cross and they crucified him and they whipped him and they had thorns on his head.
Whipped him good.
Obviously that would be very painful, but Jesus was a god, right? So he could have literally had magic powers. So he could have literally have felt no pain whatsoever, or it's possible that he could have fast forward time in his own perception, and the crucifixion would have taken like 3 seconds. Like
you got someone at your window, Mark.
I mean, if you've been alive forever, how long would a few hours really be if you've been alive for eternity?
Turns out God likes torture porn, so.
Well, the way they talk about it, like he had to suffer, right? So that argument's actually not that great. AJ,
they would say he
had to take the punishment and suffer. So
why did he have to?
Look, I don't know.
Because the rules he made up. He made the rules up himself. I mean,
I could tell you why, and it goes 100% back to like the whole cult mentality. Like, just take Christianity out of it, and it's just like, well, why does the person have to die? And they're like, well, we got to sacrifice someone, right? Like, you can't have a sacrifice without something. Got to burn the pig or a goat or the most perfect guy ever. In other words, it's horrible logic. It only makes sense when you're using ritual, sacrificial, magical systems.
But he came back to life, though. So when you sacrifice a pig, the pig doesn't come back to life. If Jesus died for our sin, then doesn't him coming back to life negate that? I'm
and that's one argument you've made before, that if the wages of sin is death, then wouldn't Jesus have to die and stay dead? But because he's God,
they need to raise
he
the
doesn't have
minimum
to
wage
stay dead.
No.
I mean, it doesn't have to make sense, and that's the thing about it. They'll just rationalize it, and hey, they don't have all the answers.
Well, that's where the suffering comes in. That's the penance that he supposedly paid for everybody. That's this guy gets all of the punishment. The same as the scapegoat. This thing gets all of the punishment, and so I can evade it. It's primitive thinking. It's sort of transference of your transgressions to a scapegoat, which then suffers, so you don't have to.
Yeah. It's the embracing of a scapegoat mentality.
And it's primitive thinking. It's sort of that primitive mentality where you're making absolution by basically taking it out on somebody or something else. There's no.
Amy's asked them on stream before about the scapegoat thing, and they're like, "Yes, it is a scapegoat.
Yeah,
and it's beautiful. It's amazing.
Well,
it's the most wonderful thing ever."
I'll ask, like, if we could go back in time, would you take him off the cross? And they'd be like, "Listen, he's up there. It's like the price for our sins. If you look at the menu, it says one rabbi right there, one rabbi. So he's got to stay up there." Makes no sense. It less for. Well, I also agree with AJ's point, but yes, they because it is, in my opinion, fantasy. I mean, they're world building. You say. Why can God do that? Because I said so in the story.
Okay, God.
Cool. He's God, but it doesn't
take him down. In truth, that never take him down.
Turn back time. He flies around the world real fast.
In truth, they'll never take Jesus off the cross, because otherwise they could never brag that he was well hung.
Infinitely long hung.
Randolph would be proud.
And with that, we are going to add in pseudonym. We are skeptic and ranting on 5 childish stupid things atheists say and believe in. What are your thoughts on the video, the topic, or anything we talk about tonight?
Oh my gosh, James, Amy, Mark,
Good to see you.
Hey, Cito.
Hi.
AJ,
Hello.
Midnight.
It's been like forever, dude. What the fuck have you? Go ahead.
Oh, load. But it's been a good night. I mean, I feel like we've gone off a tangent. I don't know if I can really address the video.
Well, it's stupid things that atheists say, so
What's
take
on
it
your
as-
mind?
I have never said anything stupid.
Yeah, that's
a lie.
bullshit.
Oh, that's a lie.
I think number one is that I think he brought up the motorcycle to start off with and called it intelligent design. So it almost seems like if you consider humans to be intelligent or Homo sapiens to be intelligent, then you can agree that intelligent things design other things, right?
Sure.
Sure. Or at
So it
least
would all-
many intelligent things
I
designed.
mean, that's happened, but that's not the only way that something can be designed. It's not.
But I'm waiting for there's a pitch here. So there's
Yeah.
a part B I can tell.
Right. The pitch would be that even atheists believe in intelligent design.
Sure.
Sure.
I
The-
don't believe in it.
Some things can be intelligently designed, yeah.
The difference is that we don't think that the universe or that natural laws are intelligently designed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but you would
just-
have-
it's just design. Like intelligent design is specifically is referring to like a god creating the universe, at least colloquially.
No, but that I would say that's a little bit too far fetched because even when you say the natural laws are not designed, you would have to agree that humans designed them. They pretty much
no
created them as a
No.
We
concept.
defined them, we discovered them, but we didn't design
And
them.
they're
They were-
descriptive,
they were-
they're not prescriptive. Like
Exactly.
the law
Right,
of,
that's the whole point.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry to cut
That's-
you off.
Do you mind if I ask a question, pseudonym?
Sure.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah, probably. See, that's another stupid thing you've said, AJ. So that's just two in a few moments. Look, so if you're contrasting intelligent design with natural things, what's an actual natural thing that we can contrast this intelligent design with?
With the natural thing?
Yeah.
I honestly can't say I have an answer to that. And I don't think
then-
that you would even agree with any answer that would give you. So I think you're just leaning back towards at least
what's-
design.
What's something in nature?
Something in nature that's not designed?
No, just an example of anything that's part of nature.
Let's say a leaf.
Okay.
But that's intelligently designed. Right?
I mean, I agree. I just don't
Okay.
understand.
No, that's fine. So why are we putting a leaf in the same category as the motorcycle?
Because it was created by the universe.
It was created by the universe.
I don't know if the universe has intelligence, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying created by God, I'd understand why you're saying they're both intelligently designed. But the universe isn't necessarily an intelligent designer, unless the universe. Are you a pantheist? Maybe is that what you're saying?
I guess I could say panentheist.
Panentheist. What's a panentheist? I haven't heard that before.
That's where you like not only male and female universes, you're into trans universes. I'm done. You can continue.
Wow. Yeah.
Can I ask a question about your idea of
Well,
design?
just a second. 1 second, Binge. It was a serious question. So, what makes the leaf intelligently designed? Unless the universe that you're saying designed it is an intelligent being.
You know what? You're right. I kind of gave the wrong answer. The appropriate answer would
Well,
have
that's
been
okay.
that nature made it.
Right. So not intelligently designed.
No,
You
it
can
would
start,
be
you can start over if you want.
It would be intelligently designed because the same nature is either equivalent or progressing with something that you call evolution. So when you say that evolution has a drive, you can say that nature has a drive. They're both equivalent in the fact that they're natural forces, I guess you can say.
But that's deterministic. It's not really an intelligence, though.
Yeah,
and there is no driving force in
evolution. When we talk about intelligence, we're usually talking about a mind, right? Some sort of creative, like mind that is designing it, sort of in a willful way. So that,
I mean,
maybe I could pick a better example for you, Mark. How about the leaf Katie did? That certainly looks like it was designed. It looks like a leaf, Mark. Clearly, God made that.
Well, I mean, I'm sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see evidence of that. But what I'm trying to get at is, why would evolution be part of an intelligent process? As far as I know, it's not, and no one claims that it is.
I guess the scientific way of saying it is that it has a pattern, and patterns are.
Well, I mean, think about it. Think about it. Like, think about evolution as an AI slowly creating other AIs, based on different environments and stimuli. Right. That's how I could see evolution or life being quote unquote intelligent. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think it is. I don't think it is like.
Well, I know, but just think about it in terms of having an AI creating other more advanced AIs as time goes on.
Yeah, I don't think that's entirely
accurate. Because
I mean, mutations
are so random.
Right,
and that's the point. That's the point. Like the AI would be random. The creation of the AIs would be random.
Not really, because they run on algorithms, though.
The problem is that all of the processes lack intelligence, and it lacks design as well.
Why does it have to have intelligence? It could be
because it's called intelligent design. You're basically arguing for intelligent design without the intelligence and without the design.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
The example was a leaf. So you could say that there is something that seems like intelligent design, or just design or a function in the leaf, because like it has a certain number of there's symmetry to the way it's shaped, and it has like veins or whatever you call it that would run through it that allow it to have nutrients go through the entire body of the leaf. And leaves are sort of shaped in a way to maximize the shadow that they cast on the ground, so they can get the most sunlight on them for the most effective photosynthesis. But that's not intentionally designed by something like a person or a god, because that is something where you can think about something that you want to design and draft it up, and that's what you end up with. But evolution is a deterministic process because you have mutations that are completely random, but those mutations are going to get selected for. That's not intelligent design. That's a deterministic process that's just resulted in things that appear to have design, like
the appearance of design. Yeah.
Pen or objects that humans design, but it's not.
Yeah, I agree. Beams, you want to ask a question? Sorry, mate, I kind of cut you off there.
The aspect of design, when you actually define something that has been designed, do you understand that one of the defining aspects of a designed feature is its simplicity?
Who was up towards?
That was the pseudonym.
Okay.
When you claim that when something is designed, if you look at it, it's the simplest way possible. It's always been broken down to the simplest thing it could ever be.
Not necessarily. I think you can be subjective and go back and forth, because he brought out the example of a motor, and motors work on air, compression, and heat. And that sounds very simple if you know how an engine works.
An engine only works on combustive forces. That's what it's entirely about. It's got nothing to do with air compression. It's all to do with the explosive forces that is done by igniting whatever implement you've got in there to create the combustion.
Yeah, but you need compression. You need a space.
Yeah, but the whole point is, Pseudonym, if you had something that was an extraneous piece of that engine, right? You had something that didn't really have a function anymore. It used to in the past, but we found a better way to do it, kind of thing. You just remove that. It's not going to be there. We try to keep it as simple as possible. Like, we don't have parts that do nothing, or parts that used to do something that kind of do it, but, you know, not really. What Beams is describing is top-down design versus bottom-up. And they're very, very different, because when
we're meeting at the middle as function, right?
Well, but they have different structures. Like, if you're designing a top-down system, what you do is you plot out everything, and it's all very structured and all very simple as possible. When you do bottom up, where basically you've got numerous systems and you put them all together and try and make them work, you get this kind of messiness. Like, you get this kind of complexity as you're trying to get one system to work with another, and it's very well known in engineering that the best designs are as simple as possible, because they've been top-down designed all in one, with no extraneous parts, nothing that you know, sort of does different functionalities or double up on function, which is a loss of efficiency. All of that is just one working unit, and that's the best design.
Well, let me give an example. Like the human genome, like, humans do not synthesize our own vitamin C. We have to get it from our diet. But the gene for vitamin C synthesis is in our genome. It's in there. It's just been deactivated because we don't need it anymore, because we got enough from our diet at one point, so that gene shut off. But if you were designing it, why would you put it in there and then shut it off, make it so it doesn't function? You wouldn't do that. You would just not include it in the genome.
It was a problem for sailors who got scurvy for that reason.
Right,
Exactly.
right, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's not an evolutionary benefit, though. But I think,
of course not.
That's how evolution works. At some point, we had the gene, we needed it, and then it got shut off. And now it doesn't mean that, hey, certain people could use that gene. It just meant that overall, it wasn't needed anymore, so it could be turned off without major detrimental effects to the species.
Right.
And the other thing is you'll find is the aspect of the bottom up design is used as little as possible. I cannot really think of anything off the top of my head that's used. Every piece of technology that we use nowadays is top down. You are imagining an engine in our cars as they are now. But
yeah,
look at
you get some in networked systems, networked computer systems, where you've got integral systems to a company that all have to be networked together, kind of thing. So you're using patch programs and, you know, sort of, you know, protocols between them, kind of thing. But it's bad. It's terrible. It's hard and messy. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not good design.
I don't have much to do with that, so thank you.
So the engine in my car has 4 cylinders. It doesn't have 14. Because it doesn't, that's not necessary.
Well, I want to make a parallel, and that's the recurrent laryngeal nerve. It's a nerve that sort of is in your neck, and instead of going straight to your sort of what does it go to? Your lungs? It goes
to larynx, I think.
Yeah,
larynx. Instead of going to your larynx from your neck, it actually goes down.
Heart.
Yes, around the aorta and back up. So imagine a motorcycle that you just needed to, you know, filter fuel from the gas tank to the you know, the pistons or whatever. I don't know much about motorcycles or cars, I'm sorry. But instead of just doing a short, tiny little hose there, you instead looped it round half the motorcycle and then back up into the engine. It sounds pretty silly, right? You would never do that on a something we design. It's just
even in giraffes, this nerve goes all the way down that neck and then all the way back up to end up about an inch or two away from where it started. Very inefficient.
So it's things like this that we sort of go, well, that's why we're not calling it designed. That's why we're calling it a product of natural processes, because we're aware that natural processes can produce these kind of inefficient processes and these inefficient. I mean, I hesitate the word designs. I suppose I can use it as a placeholder, but these things where it's just naturally occurring, you get these horrible inefficiencies that no designer would ever go, oh well, that'll be a good idea, let's loop it round the back of the motorcycle and back into the engine, that's a good idea. No, it's just, as he drew out the diagrams, he would just go, hey, we need to get this signal from here to here, let's just put a wire over. They wouldn't, it's kind of, it's very weird to think that would be a design choice rather than a sort of biological process.
You know what? Yeah. I agree with you, Mark, but I'm just joining in just to have some fun, if that's okay, Amy.
Sure. No, that's fine. I to myself talk all day. Ask Atheist Junior. I could rant on for ages.
But that's why I point out when someone says things like intelligent design, it's more pointing out it cannot be designed simply because this is what a design looks like from the top down, which we used in the majority of things except in football mark stuff. And why does reality not reflect that?
Oh, look, bottom-up's avoided at all costs. At all costs. It's only when you absolutely have to preserve integral systems and make them work together, and it is so messy. At all costs, you try and avoid it. You try to design top-down, always. But there's some instances where you have to make, and sort of what we're talking about is natural systems.
Before you go forward, I just want to point out that butt sex almost exactly the same way. Okay, you're good. Go forward.
Right. There's no forward here. I'm backsliding, quite frankly.
I just commend Student M for kind of coming in here, and he sort of presented an argument. It seems to me like he sort of got an answer from Mark Reid, and he just was like, he didn't automatically reject what he said, but he actually kind of considered what Mark said and actually sort of like,
maybe he's
like,
just playing devil's advocate.
So I commend him for not actually doing that. Creationists sometimes come into these rooms and they ask questions and then they just automatically dismiss any answer that's given to them, which is very annoying.
No, I appreciate that, AJ, but I really just want to kind of conversate and then stop short at different topics.
No, so I agree.
I think it makes for a good conversation, but like the next topic in the video was this term of like atheists.
Yeah, that's a dumb term.
Well, I'm atheistic towards Christianity. I'm atheistic towards the Roman religions. I'm atheistic towards the Greek religions, but I'm not atheistic towards the Celtic beliefs of the stone circles. So,
well, technically, they're not talking about you because you're not technically an atheist, are you?
Because I'm a Celt of the stone circle. That's where I have my faith in.
And that's
but
fine.
I can also recognize the difference between what exists within reality and what exists outside of reality. That's the biggest thing that I define it.
Okay.
He's trying to say is one God away. We're almost there, Beamsy. I'm sending so much love.
Everyone should
more than
away
one
in most
God
cases.
that he has one religion away.
Yeah. So my question would be is he said that I guess his silly version is that there are like atheists, and I think where he's coming from is that someone who lacks atheism or who is a like atheist does not necessarily come to the version of saying they're not even saying I don't know. They're saying like I lack in the belief that any God exists.
Yeah, AJ just had to run, but he said thank you.
Sending love to both Midnight Sparkle and AJ, and everyone should be heading over to youtube.com/Atheist Junior right down at the screen.
And Atheist Junior is going to have a video come out soon with Emma Thorne, and she's amazing. And together they are just dynamite. I love every.
Yeah, I
video.
love their collabs. They're really good.
Yeah, absolutely. So I highly recommend that because they just have a good chemistry together. They sort of bounce off.
They do work well together.
Really cool.
And it really triggers Ken Hogan.
Yeah, well, he doesn't like AJ, and he despises Emma Thorne because she's a woman. Actually,
so what a combo!
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think that's a good foundation. I think not having good evidence for a god is a good reason to not believe. I think that many of us have our, I would say, maybe external reasons now for why not to believe. But I think that the reason that the term they're using lacktheist is because I think that it's hard to crack. I think that burden of proof, and so I think that's where that name comes from.
It's more an aspect of trying to shift the proof because
that's exactly what I mean. Shifting of the burden of proof.
Yeah, atheist is a denial of something. Yeah, well, they're asking an atheist for proof of their atheism. Okay. How can I prove to you that I think your ideas are silly because of these reasons? So first I'll have to present your ideas, and then I'll have to show why you're proving a negative. It's very difficult to do.
Yeah, I get you.
Question.
Yeah, I've never heard atheists use lacktheist ever. But
it's just like chance and nothing and random. Lacktheist is a theist. Randolph doesn't. I really should stop using it because they want us to use it. Just like Randolph says, the correct term is atheist.
But that would be wrong, right?
It depends on your definitions.
Well,
it really does depend on what definitions you're using.
Well, if you lack theism, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, that would not be that saying an atheist is just someone who has not been convinced a God exists wouldn't be true in philosophy of religion. There's two different.
But you still consider God as a possibility, right?
Me, no. I think there is no God. I think no God exists. I actually believe there is no God. Yes.
So you're not a atheist. You're just a
no.
atheist.
I'm not the lacktheist definition.
He's a strong atheist.
Right. Oh, thank you, James, for saying so. I consider myself.
Mark actually. I was about to say that Mark is actually an atheist who can lift over, 400 kilos, pounds. Pick your number.
According to Goldie, he's like 400
do you
pounds.
even lift, bro? That's what I
sound like you're like 400 pounds.
Well,
Goldie.
Oh, yeah, that was funny. If you haven't seen the Amy versus Goldie debate, it's such a garbage fire. It's the biggest garbage fire I've ever seen, and that is saying something. That is a bold statement for the internet that I feel like I stand by. But pseudo, I actively think that a God does not exist, or a hard atheist is the other term we kind of use. So or a Gnostic atheist.
Amy can be a hard atheist sometimes.
Yeah. So I think that rock hard atheist. I think that in order to be intelligent, you need a brain. Like that is something that I believe very firmly, and it's not based in a vacuum. It's based upon every single measure of intelligence that we have for both humans and on the sliding scale for animals, and they've all got some form of brain or nervous system, and the more complicated and developed the neural system is, the smarter they seem to be. That's not a claim that I can I feel like I need to validate. That's what we've seen so far. So on a provisional scale, until I see that a mind or an intelligence can exist without a brain, I don't think one can. I don't think anybody can point to, a mind that somehow doesn't have a brain and neurons and receptors and, that's all we've ever seen. So it's great if you want to say, a mind exists out there somewhere. Well, I don't believe it exists, because that does not appear to me to be the requirement for an intelligence. Is just sort of a spiritual structure. It seems to be a physical structure, i.e. brain.
But what you're saying is, not only do you not believe it exists, you believe that it does not exist.
That's correct, yes.
Right.
Absolutely correct.
Right. My founding for not following things like Christianity is the claims that are being presented can easily be discredited, so therefore the argument being put forward for their deity should be discredited simply because all the claims that they make cannot be backed up.
So let me ask you, Mark, in between the difference between a lack atheist and an actual atheist would be the lack atheist. You can I guess equivalent them to agnostics, is that they don't know. In which your version says that you do know for certain, right?
Right. I claim to know that there is no God, because without a brain, you cannot have intelligence, as far as my understanding of intelligence occurs. And it's okay if you want to prove me wrong, that's great, but somehow you've got to come up with intelligence without a brain.
No, it's not that I want to prove you wrong, but I agree
Yeah, gotcha.
In a way that you could say that the term lack atheist is a primal definition of what an atheist should be.
Primal definition.
Because see, what pseudonym I believe is trying to argue for, it's not about your position. It's that they want lack theism to replace the term. And I ran off, and I think I'm starting to be convinced it's the completely opposite way, that we shouldn't use lack theism. Well, the theists are always going to use lack theism, but they're trying to replace soft atheism. They're trying to replace agnostic atheism with lack theism, as in it's almost like a pseudonym. And maybe you're not doing this, and maybe others aren't, but it's a subtle dig. It's trying to say it's not good enough that there's no good evidence for a God. You're just a lack theist.
They want us to be making a claim so that we have to then present evidence that there's no God.
Well, I think it sort of comes with a bit of pejorative as well, which I don't agree with, sort of this whole idea that you're lacking something if you don't believe in a God. I think that that's not a very good way to represent an entire community. I think that a lot of people do use it like that, and it's sort of used as an insult and a pejorative, which I don't particularly like, pseudonym. So no, I can't agree with you on that one. I don't think that atheist or a sort of weak atheist position should be replaced by lack theist.
And then you take someone like myself, where would I fit into that? Because I'm
You're
a Celt.
theist.
Yeah. But I also fall very heavily onto the same side of Mark, Amy, and James, whereas I rely on reasoning and logic.
There's no reason a theist can't rely on reasoning and logic. I mean, there's no reason why that's the case at all.
But I also discredit things his religion from reason and logic. He gets there somewhere else.
Yeah,
I don't know. Beamsy doesn't really talk about his religion, so I can't say that for sure. And that's fine. I'm not having a dig at you, Beamsy. That's entirely your choice, mate. Like, absolutely. But
I come to my religion in faith and ideals, and
he thinks it's not part of the physical, natural, real world of this reality, right?
Yes, it falls outside the aspect of reality and logic.
So you can't use logic and reason to get there.
But it also has no bearing on. It's. But the aspect is, because I contradict the aspect of what Christianity represents, would someone in saying that they're a lack theist call me one? Because I wouldn't be one purely because of my beliefs.
No, you don't. You don't like. I think you're sort of saying, "Hey, am I a lack theist to Christians if I believe something different?" And that's not the case, because we don't sort of say, "Hey, Muslims lack theist to Christianity or atheist to Christianity. You have to have no belief whatsoever. So
it's going to depend differently. I think
using it wrong.
Well, it depends on how you come to your beliefs, or almost don't come to your beliefs, because as far as a weak atheist is concerned, we don't have good evidence for insert God, and so we're going to say we're going to reserve belief until we are convinced. If you're saying I'm reserving belief for Christianity, and there is no good evidence for Christianity or Judaism or Islam, and I'm going to reserve belief, I would almost say you would fall under that list. Once again, it gets weird because
it does, yeah.
It's a really undefined term, and that's why I don't think it should be a term that's used. You're either a hard atheist like Mark, or an agnostic who's someone who
rock
is
hard.
Oh my!
Yes,
I don't consider myself an agnostic. Yeah. I just consider myself a weak atheist or an agnostic atheist.
That's fine. Look, all of this stuff, and you know what? It's kind of, and I get where you're going with sort of the ease of label pseudonym, but I think that labels are sort of a double-edged sword. It can be helpful to understand somebody's position in a really quick and easy way, but it's also a sort of sideline to confusion if two people have the same idea of what a label means. And I think that using something with a lot of loaded concepts to theists and, loaded concepts to atheists, that label may cause a lot more confusion than it solves. So I kind of, as we're sitting here talking about what these things are, part of me really loads, coming up with these labels, and you can just talk to people about what they believe. Like I can say to Beamsy, do you think God is this, or is it in this, or where is your stance on this? And it's a lot more productive conversation than me wanting to sort of pigeonhole him into lacktheism or pigeonholing him into a certain label. And I realize I've been doing that. I've been saying theist kind of thing, and it doesn't represent his views very fairly. So I don't know. I just don't want to get bogged down in labels.
Whenever you're using something like atheist, the opposing thing from an atheist is a theist, because atheist is non-theistic. That's why you pretty much you're either a theist or an atheist.
It's as close to a true dichotomy as you could probably get.
Yes. But then you can start narrowing it down.
Because
it's exactly the word.
No, because in philosophy of religion, you've got it's basically the answer to one very specific question: is there a God? So you can have atheist, theist, or agnostic. That's how they define it. But colloquially among ourselves, right, that's them. So it all depends on how you're defining these things, how you're actually putting definitions to things. Some people think that theism, a belief, is God. Some people think it's a structured religion belief. There's a lot of different sort of explanations of how these terms are used. The term is polysemous. It does have multiple different definitions, and that's even within philosophy. It has multiple different definitions. So, you've got to understand that these terms, when you say them, the person hearing them might be hearing something completely different. So it's important to get down what they mean by all of these things, not just the label they're using.
Also, just because I feel bad, because even if we push back on the term, I know you didn't make it pseudonym, and I know some people might like it. And so, I guess in the end, I actually just more agree with what Mark was saying at the very end, is that we should use labels if they are productive, and then if they bog us down, we should just have the conversation.
It's not something we should spend all our time debating and stay up late at night worried about how we label ourselves.
It reminds me of what's it called, like a Steve McRae kind of debate, which is
Right.
just not my kind of.
Not productive.
Yeah, I don't get bogged down in that stuff. It's just okay. He wants to call it a certain thing. He's of the mind. He's engaged in philosophy of religion. He's going to call it a certain thing. I don't see why the conversation should be absolutely bogged down by a different understanding of a word. There's no point to it. Words don't have intrinsic meanings, and they change over time.
There are people who don't hold a belief in God, but don't want to be labeled atheist. They just don't like the label. That's fine.
Also,
they just don't care. Like, they literally do not care if there's a God or not. And you'll say you're an atheist, and they say, "No, I just don't care." They're using a different interpretation of atheist as well, and that's fine. That's perfect.
It's kind of what I was 10 years ago.
Yeah, I don't care.
I just want to put out there that, especially I want to put this warning out, because that way in the last 1 or 2 minutes, a bunch of young Earth creationists can join. But we are going, that's what always happens. We do 4 or 5 hour streams, and then the very super spicy people come in at the last 5 minutes. Like, why won't you even let us on? It's because the credits are rolling. But yes, we have about 20 more minutes, though. If you would like to join us up on stage and on the panel, atheist, theist, liberal, or conservative. I know you said, Pseudonym, you didn't want to talk about stuff like this. Is there another subject you got on your mind?
I think the other subjects were had to be with free will, and then the other subject was evolutionary fossils.
Yeah, no transitionary fossils and free will. Those are good ones.
Yeah, because I think Mark said he was a quote-unquote compatibilist, and I used to be a compatibilist myself, but I think if you can freely choose to be a compatibilist or a determinist, I think you would have to agree that free will would be the overriding factor. So it's hard to kind of bring that notion back to nature where everything is deterministic.
Is everything deterministic?
I think in the natural sense point, it would have to be, right?
Well, I don't know about have to be. I mean, we talk on a quantum level about properly random events, like sort of random decay of atoms in radiation.
Yeah, but I think that's where you would make a misconception, because quantum realities are undeterministic, but you bring them forth towards the natural world that is supposed to be deterministic.
Indeterministic, yeah. Well, it's sort of, determinism's one that's very hard to prove or disprove. I love Christopher Hitchens that said, I must believe in free will, I have no choice, kind of thing. It was a beautiful statement in its irony and eloquence, essentially, that he's saying that even if I believe in free will, I still may not have free will. But how do you prove that
if you were wrong? You would never know. Yeah.
Right, and we sort of act as if we have free will, but
I think we have to, and I have to think that.
Right,
No
a lot of people do sort of say all of this is determined, but I guess my point is, if I did something completely random right now, like if I went and did a headstand or something, you could always say, "Hey, that was determined to happen,"
and I would clap no matter what.
Okay. So it doesn't matter how random a thing that I basically decide to do in order to prove my free will. Someone who believes in hard determinism will say, "Hey, that was because of your brain, what you learnt when you were a child and what you did when you were a child and all the things you've learned, it all led up to this one thing." But I guess my point then is, how do we find anybody responsible for any of their actions? If everything I do is a product of where my mind has gone, then, responsibility becomes inherently wrong. That I don't have.
Appeal the consequence?
Right, because then I haven't decided to do anything. It's been decided by a priori events of my life, and I am just walking through the outcomes of how my brain has developed in the natural world. I was reading a paper from a neuroscientist where free will and true creativity may lie is in the neuroplasticity of the brain. She coined the phrase neuroplasticity because she likened the brain to a plastic explosive, that it molds into gaps to solve problems, and that's completely normal, and that's the way we usually sort of solve problems and come up with solutions. But she also described it as being able to explode in completely unintentional directions, kind of thing. So that ability to be able to randomly generate ideas, or apparently randomly generate ideas, may be where the seed of free will lies. But don't get me wrong, I'm not, like, there's no way I can prove free will. At the same time, there's no way you can prove determinism.
But if you had to go with your gut, what would you say you are?
I would say free will. I mean, a lot of people say, hey, it's
closer to free will.
I would say, yeah, that I am a compatibilist. I think that a deterministic physical universe and some true random interactions in the brain could produce a free will experience, something that is a emergent property, that you do have an actual choice over how your actions are decided. How do I prove that? I can't, because you can't overcome the determinist argument of anything you do, you are just doing what a priori events have made you do. But at the same time, they can't demonstrate that there is actually free will. There isn't free will, like that if you do something randomly, given another possible universe with the same circumstances, you would do something different, right? There may be a possible universe where I did do the headstand in the background, right?
Yeah.
That possible universe exists.
In the video, he kind of said, well, I can prove I have free will. Look, I'm going to move my right hand, and now I'm going to move my left hand. There you go. I just proved it. Yeah.
Doesn't overcome the hard determinist argument at all. If you had a structure in your head, that's how you determine free will.
You always would have done that, yeah.
Right. The previous experiences of your life all led up to that. But it may be an appeal to emotion, and I really hope I'm not doing this, but the whole idea that you're not responsible for your decisions that you're making, and that nothing, like if you're talking about a hard determinist universe, it's kind of a bit weird, because you have absolutely no input as to how anything, like not just your own life, but anything is going to turn out. And it's kind of, I don't know. I just don't like it. It sits ill with.
Do you think the future already exists?
I think all times are happening concurrently.
Okay.
So
kind of it does exist.
Well, yeah, but you're sort
in your
of saying,
face, Mark. In your face, Mark.
Sorry. I'm not sure what you said. No, I think that but to say that the future's happening concurrently, but you don't have any effect on what that future state might be, are two totally separate things. The determinist will say that you have, the future is already set, and I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all. Yeah, I don't think so, James. Even though the sort of future is concurrent, I still think you do have some input with what's happening in that future.
People can go, like we know with time dilation, time is not so relative. People can go into the future. You actually do it when you're traveling at a high rate of speed. No, it's microseconds, but
You can't go into the past, as far as we can tell.
So, going into the future. So, that sits ill with me because it isn't you going into the future. It's just that time is passing at a different rate for two of you. So, so you're talking about B theory of time, and the whole thing about B theory of time is the future and the past are kind of misnomers. They're kind of, you're thinking on a timeline rather than a spread out sort of space-time kind of thing. So they're not in the future. Time has passed differently for the two of you relative to one another, and only relative to one another. I don't think that counts as the future.
When you come to the individual points, the 2 points that you're referring to, one point of reference could be 10,000 years have passed, and one could be 5 years have passed.
Yes.
Neither is in the future or past. It is just that from the frame of reference, one has passed in 10,000 years, one has only passed 5.
Right. So that's not time travel. That's time dilation.
Yes.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess you could call it time travel. Maybe not in the classic sense of just looping. I guess, yeah.
Well, theoretically, you can time travel with access to a wormhole, right?
Whoa.
What?
Oh no, I was saying we can maybe move on to the next topic.
Well, just let me get my wormhole thing out, right? So just say you've got a wormhole with two ends, right? You've got a wormhole that basically it curves space-time, so there's two ends to it. If you can send one end of that wormhole flying off at the speed of light and then come back at the speed of light, while the other one is just sitting stationary with no effect of relativity on it, time for one end of the wormhole has passed at, if it's the speed of light, it's stood still, right? So when it comes back, one end of the wormhole is in present and one end of the wormhole is in the past because time hasn't passed for it. That's how you create a time machine.
This is completely hypothetical, though.
Yeah, no one has access to a wormhole. Nobody has access to.
Well,
and it might not even work like that.
That's not true. Have you ever seen me eat cheesecake?
Oh,
Tip your way.
Wormhole, not black hole.
So if that's what I mean. Wow. So if you remember on Interstellar, when they spent all that time on the planet near the black hole, and then when they came back to Earth, a guy has his daughter, she's a child, and then he goes and he spends, a few days on this planet, and then he comes back and she's elderly, she's about to die. I mean,
but that's not
I
time
guess
travel.
You could, well,
no.
I mean,
it could
maybe not technically, but it has the same effect as time travel.
Yeah, I think they would call it the parallel paradox.
You left a planet. You came back, and 80 years had passed, but not for you. I mean, that kind of is in a way.
But it's still not. It's not referred to as time travel.
It's time dilation.
Yeah.
So you haven't experienced time any differently. Like, even though 80 years has passed for everybody else, and only a month has passed for you, you haven't actually moved through time. You haven't actually jumped forward or jumped back in time.
We're all moving through time.
Well, there's no single reference point for time. Like, you're thinking of it as there's a timeline that's moving and you've skipped forward to this part. That's not what's happening. Time is passing normally for everybody through this. It's just that time doesn't have to pass the same way in two positions in space.
Hold on, can we move on the topic? There's too much atheistic.
Okay, sorry, Sido. Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I just love this stuff. I love this kind of stuff, and I did enjoy Interstellar. I thought it was an amazing film. I will say that.
I didn't even watch the whole movie.
Yeah, a way to dumb it down a little bit.
Great movie. What are you doing, James? We'll have a debate on that. Look, I've challenged James to a debate. Have I told you guys?
Is Interstellar a good movie?
Interstellar been seen all the whole way through. No, what did I challenge you on, James? Was it it was Death Penalty?
Time travel.
What? No, it was Death Penalty. Yeah.
Oh,
black hole.
did you say that in the email? You want to do a debate on that?
Oh yeah. Check your emails. I definitely
okay.
want to. I'm keen. I want to debate you, Jane. Debate me, bro. Debate me.
Yeah. A good way of actually get an analogy of the way that time passes and why it's not a time machine. If you get two 100-meter tracks and completely seal them out from the outside world, put one on the back of a train and one just leave it where it is, get the two people to run the 100 meters, but the one on the train has been sent off down the tracks, both have done just 100 meters.
Mm-hmm.
But in that time, how far would the train have traveled?
I don't know how fast trains travel.
Yeah, but that's just a good analogy of the of the way the time has passed. We have no way of actually doing a real reference of time because it passes a way that we cannot comprehend. So that's why it's not time travel. Time has passed for both people on equally in their own frame of reference, and that's why they're not traveling through time.
Okay.
Can we go on to the nitty gritty?
Well, we have 5 minutes for the open panel. And so
5 minutes, that's plenty of time, Amy.
I've
That's
got
all I
another
need.
way to explain it if you want, and that's with sort of because sort of 4-dimensional stuff, it's easier to explain in 3 dimensions because we suck at 4 dimensions, like really. So just say this is the reality that you're in, right? So basically, and this sort of explains why, just say you're a 2-dimensional person. I know we're 3-dimensional. I'm aware of that. Just imagine you're a 2-dimensional person on this thing, right? And just say that is falling through time. So in the direction of entropy, it's going through time. If it's going on a diagonal, right, basically it's going the same distance. So just say you're on Earth and it's falling diagonally. It's going exactly the same distance, sort of, sideways and down. And this is why, and this is why, like, the 2-dimensional guy can't see the future in his 3 dimension. Just say the 3rd dimension which is down. He can't see the future and he can't see the past. All the 2-dimensional guy can see is the part that he's falling past, right? That's all he can see. So we can't see the future and we can't see the past. We can record what we see as we go by, but we can't see through that dimension, right? So it's basically falling on an angle. You come within distance of a large mass or something like that. Basically, you fall at a steeper angle, right? So time's still passing absolutely normal to you, but relative to the other person, relative to the guy that's falling on a sharper angle, you have gone less distance through time than what the other person has. It's because space-time has then been curved. It's been distorted sideways. So in order to travel through that same amount of time, it takes way shorter amount of time to do so.
Mark, let it go. Yes,
okay, I'm sorry.
everything.
I thought that was great explanation.
Well, pseudonym. What I would actually ask, if you have any, it sounded like you were going into the nitty gritty. Is there any other last subject that you wanted to go over?
Well, I didn't want to disregard Mark because I respect Mark. But
no, it's all good. It's all good.
He's saying that
this stuff. I adore.
No,
this stuff.
I agree with him. Sometimes it almost seems like everything that happens is a black hole. But
I hate Mark, but I love Rark.
Rock Mead is a great guy, I'll have you know.
Exactly, he's a wonderful dude.
Ralph Mead.
I think the next topic was transitional fossils.
Oh, fossils, yes.
Fossils, yeah.
Right.
Transitional Newman.
I get excited, and then, okay, fossils. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Midnight Sparkle left painting. Yeah.
I don't like the idea of calling things transitional fossils because a fossil is just a fossil, but every form is transitional.
Yeah, but some are more transitional than others, and that's the point I was trying to get across.
Yeah, but again, I just don't like that. The term calling them transitional fossils.
Yeah.
landmark fossils would probably be a better way of putting it, or a landmark clade fossil, something like that would be a better term to refer to them as. It's just the idea of a transitional fossil is showing just thing A turning into thing B. Sorry, thing A turning into thing C, and it is the B in between. It doesn't quite work like that. It's like you're comparing the aspect of, let's compare you to your grandparents. Does that mean your parents is the transitional form between the two of you?
Yep. Sure.
But you won't be able to see a difference, would you?
You probably look more like your parents than your grandparents, right?
Exactly, and that's why all forms are transitional, and they're not really a transition.
No, I agree with you, Beamsy. I
just
totally
how
agree.
close the difference is close in the timeline. They're very slight.
And that's why I prefer the term transitional form and not transitional fossils, because fossils are just landmarks that, better as sign marks that come up where we cannot see the rest of the road.
Oh, by the way, the dog that I was looking for that we found in a cave in Germany was the Carstein cave dog. The Carstein cave dog. So if you need to know the name of the dog in between wolves and dogs, that's it.
Carstein cave dog?
Yeah, Carstein. So Karstein, Carstein cave dog. And that's just the name of the cave it was found in, But yeah, transitional fossil. It's basically almost exactly in between a wolf and a modern canine familiaris. It's definitely a transitional. Like all fossils are transitional, but that's definitely a landmark species, as Beamsy was putting it in between the two.
Well, let me ask you, Mark. Do you think that a fish or a salamander transitioned from a fish?
Do I think a salamander transitioned from a fish? Well, it depends what you mean by fish. Like sort of an early bony fish kind of thing. I don't remember where the amphibians branched off. I could look it up if you want.
I mean, no, I was hoping for yes or no. I thought you would know this. But
I think so, yes, because sort of everything or all modern things transitioned from a. But see, we were discussing this earlier. As a lot of scientists have sort of said, there's no such thing as just a fish. They all fall within these certain clades, which are sort of the hard bony fish, the ray-lobed fish. They're all different sort of clades that occur.
The Ray Liotta fish.
The Ray Liotta. That's terrible. How dare you?
Yeah, they usually a fish, or what we refer to as a fish, is usually made up of about 5 or 6 different clades. So saying that we come from a fish,
right,
is accurate in some sense, but not accurate in others.
So when we're looking at it, so the it definitely came from the chordata, like it has a backbone, so we know it falls into that clade. The spined animals seem to have all come from the same origin point, which is sort of fish-like things, I guess.
And all right, for all the other responses, let's just go into the outros for them. And Pseudonym, you were the latest to join us, which means you are the first to do outros. So that's good. It'll go right naturally to you as we are skeptic and ranting and moving into tonight's outros. Woo-hoo! Thank you so much for joining us, Pseudonym. It was lovely having you on. We have been skeptic and ranting on 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in, as well as a whole bunch of fun back and forth. Where can people find you on the internet, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, how can I darely say something like that? Well, thank you for having me on, Jamie, James, Mark, JR, if you're still there. But yeah, I don't necessarily agree that atheists say such stupid things, but sometimes, you can be a little skeptical. But other than that, thank you for having me on at least tonight, and hopefully future nights. Thank you, and good night.
Absolutely. As Friendly Muslim says, thank you for coming into the den of kittens. Exactly. Thank you so very much to him for coming on. And all right, we're going right down the list. Beamsy, we have been skeptic and ranting on 5 childish stupid things atheists say and believe. And what are your final thoughts about anything we talk about tonight?
It should have been named 5 childish and stupid things the straw man I think is an atheist say, because most of what he said was just misconjecture, misdefinition, and just shifting of the burden of proof. There really is nothing that atheists or anyone within the skeptic community would actually say. It's like saying we come from fish. Anyone within the aspect of the science would just cringe like I did whenever someone says that. It's too much of a undefined term.
And all right,
and of
thank
course,
you
the
so
last
very
word
much.
is always tacos.
That's right, and we just got past
Taco
Tuesday, and so we hope you had a good Taco Tuesday. Thank you so very much, BMZ, for joining us. And all right, Rark Mead, we have been skeptic and ranting on 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe in, and I'm glad there was no motorcycle accidents. I want to thank you for joining us on, as always. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm available on Mark Reid Atheism. I tried to do debates, and I run a weekly show called Aimbot. I'm thinking of branching out and extending it a bit, seeing what I can get away with on the internet. Yeah, so I just want to talk about this, and it seems like stupid claims is purely a subjective thing, like whatever some person doesn't understand. It's kind of odd. I only caught the last bit of this, but at nowhere was there any kind of justification for this claim that all of these things are in fact stupid. Someone could make the same thing of how do magnets work kind of thing. That's saying magnets can do this is stupid.
There's a beautiful song that goes into that.
I know it's a favorite everywhere. Well, I did a video with Grayson and AJ about Kent Hovind recently, and that was actually one of the things that I brought up, that he's sort of he doesn't know how the strong nuclear force works, and it's hilarious. Like, it's just it's sort of saying, well, that's stupid. It isn't actually getting to why a person shouldn't pay any attention to it or should pay attention to
nuclear force? I've never.
Well, Kent, he doesn't understand how it works. He basically says what keeps atoms together. They say the strong nuclear force, and it's like, yes, that's correct, Kent. And then he goes,
"It's gotta be God." Yeah.
Well, he says that they don't explain how the strong nuclear force works, and then he goes into saying, they're saying that quarks do this, and it's like, yeah, that's exactly how it works, Ken. Like, you're explaining it while saying that we haven't explained. It's the weirdest thing ever. AJ, Grayson, and I decided to do a video on it because it was hilarious trying to watch him fumble through sort of physics and sort of
quantum
physics. Yeah. So I wanna lay down the challenge to James W. I want to debate him on the death penalty. I think it'll be a roaring good time. Yeah, on Tang, yeah.
On Tang, yeah. I'll do it.
Okay. Well, check your emails then, because gauntlet thrown. And we didn't get onto the other two sort of universe coming to an end and morality, but all of them were just as sort of baseless as one another. Just sort of saying, hey, that's stupid. I've got an explanation for this. It doesn't say why it's stupid. It's just I don't know who Shock of God is. It's a terrible video, but and I just
got plenty of videos up. He's got
Well,
a
it was
lot of
good
content.
to talk to you all. I haven't been on for a little bit. I've actually enjoyed being here, and I'm sorry to sort of confuse it with all sort of time travel stuff and things like that, because I absolutely adore those concepts. Most of my favorite movies are time travel ones. If you want a good time travel movie, it's really hard to understand, but Primer is really good as well. Tenet is kind of cool. I like Tenet. It's Christopher Nolan's newer one, which is sort of deals with entropy and reverse stuff, and it's very, very good. I will say that. So great to talk to you all. And James, please finish watching Interstellar. It's really good. It's a good film, and I'll debate you on that as well.
The debate for the ages. Thank you so very much, Mark, or as he will be known now, Rarkmead.
Rarkmead.
Thank you so very much, Mark. And all right, with that, there's only the pilots to, I would say, crash the plane, fly the plane.
Oh, we're crashing
land it, one of those. But James, we went out looking. You went out looking for some fun.
I found a good one, yeah.
Found some good ones.
Yep.
So this is one of, I think, 3 of the shorter ones that we have, and I think this was really he was a little bit of a condescending a-hole.
He's been long overdue for a trip to the hot seat. So he's actually got plenty of other videos of him being just as arrogant, condescending prick. But hopefully we put him in his place today. He put the challenge out. We did answer it. He did challenge, and we responded. So hey, all right, guys. Have a great night. Thanks for being with us. Go to bed, binge thinker. 25 hours is quite a long time. But, yeah.
Yo, I know that feel. But thank you so very much, James. Go watch James W's debate on Standing for Truth with Praise I Am. We're going to be back later with a Bible study as well as a whole bunch of more fun. Woohoo! Don't forget to hit that like button and sending love to you all. If you are a channel member or a Patreon, you get access to our Talk Skeptic to Me show where we just will produce you. We want to actually get your expertise or experience out there. However, if you would like to be produced by someone related to someone with access to cosmic space lasers, then head on right down there. I've actually been getting, which is crazy, been getting a bunch of replies and a bunch of messages, which has made me excited. The past few reviews.
Can be a space lizard.
I know, exactly. And so it has felt good to actually, I've launched at least one person now, not just a consultation, but actually have launched someone in their podcast. And so it has been fantastic and fun. I'm going to ask for their permission and give them a shout out, I think, next stream, because I want to get them some subscribers. I want to see if we can get them to 100. Me? Yes, you. You. Trying to think what other things we're going to get. More debates. I am going to be moderating Thursday with Matt Dillahunty on Modern Day Debate. That's looking fun. I think I'm biased towards all of the religious debates.
No.
However, I think that I've got a method for being fair. And so I just want to get clean sound bites and all of that. I'm trying to think what else. I think that's it. Yeah. I hope you I'm trying to think because there's
I think so.
I hope you enjoyed this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. 5 childish, stupid things atheists say and believe, where we had a look of the channel Shock of God. I felt shocked. Did you feel shocked? Did you have AA battery?
Very shocking.
Exactly. Where we had a good time worth getting silly. Oh my. However, I
shocked
do exactly. Look, if you're into electric play, I'm not going to criticize you. However, I do want to
even know that
thank.
was a thing. Now I'm quite horrified.
Oh my goodness! Hey, ask Amaretto
Learn
next
something
time
new.
she comes
Oh,
on,
boy.
or I guess Rachel. I think Rachel's into it too.
Say hi to Amaretto. She'll try to hook you up to a battery.
Oh my. You think it is true that Amy Newman was nice hotters for being such a night owl? Whoo hoo! I have been called a hoe before, so maybe. Ho. No, what? Once again, trying to you can't I was gonna say DDoS. Goldie at his last one debate, he was like, "You're DDoSing me. People are DDoSing." I was trying to be like, that's exactly what I was saying, Mark. I'm like, to a normal person, I think people could be like, "Oh man," but that's like, what? You're not on your own server. Who is getting DDoSed?
Does he know what a DDoS is?
No,
Probably
he
not.
doesn't. He's just throwing things out there.
If you don't know what a DDoS is, it's a distributed denial of service. So basically, you're getting a whole load of people to flood a connection with data so they can't get
normally
anything.
just
clogs it up.
Yeah.
Does he mean that people are just commenting too much? Is that what
no? But that can I? Why do you think anime started my attention and ended up with my? Oh my! Once again, go visit OnlyFans. It's not Goldie. It's Gentle Goldie.
Well, why? What was the DDoS thing? I mean, he said
he was saying he was blaming his connection fading on a DDoS attack, which I was like, you're personally getting DDoSed. Okay.
How would we know what connection to
what IP address?
But this is how I think he was a Poe or a thing. He did like the whole they were doing like a vote on like YouTube, and he's like, some of the votes are being taken away. And it's like, oh, you are a Poe, you are a troll. But it's like,
stolen election.
What even exactly? What life are we even living in? What timeline is this? And Oz sending love to another brother out there. You should all be going out to Tangang. You should all be going out to youtube.com/ the Atheist Network. I was going to say Tangang, but / the Atheist Network group. They are getting another better event. They just had a debate on there today, which was fantastic. Was it a replay?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Well, it was
they are starting
up. Godless.
They are starting up Ultimate Debate Championship (UDC). I'm trying to get debates on. So if you think we're short on theists as per usual, I've sent something to Standing for Truth. I want him to come on there and debate me on evolution. Don't hassle him or anything, but that's what I want to have happen.
I doubt he would do it, but we'll see.
Why?
Oh, but I'm going to clear it all again. I want to thank you all for joining us. We're looking for more debates. In fact, look forward to a Mark Reid versus Lenny debate. Look forward to an ultimatum towards we need a theist. We need some sort of Christian, we need some sort of atheist to debate ultimatum. So
that might be a heavy lift.
It's a trap.
It's not just a heavy lift, but I feel like it's a heavy pull. Maybe a heavy stroke.
Infinite in size.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
It's a long and smooth pull.
Very smooth.
Well, he is a size queen.
Once you get
good
pulling,
thing God is infinite in size. So.
God damn it. But I want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guest.
Harder, Dada.
Listen, it's hard to get a reach around if you're infinite in size, but somehow Dada makes it happen. I want to thank Mark.
I can't imagine why, Oz.
I want to thank.
I don't know. I missed something, but you know, I mean, I think Oz is a good moderator. He's neutral. I don't understand the problem.
I agree. I thought they were good mods to at least what I was watching today. Look, and he's good at the Socratic method. But
he doesn't have to like you for you to moderate. You know that. As long as you're being fair, then that's fine.
Exactly. Well, it's all about the sound bites.
A bit of professionalism, people. A bit of professionalism, please.
And speaking of professionalism, I want to thank Mark Mead and Atheist Jr. and Midnight Sparkle, BMZ, and Pseudonym. Woo! All this wonderful panel, as well as all the lovely people in chat. That's right. Ding! Our awesome mods who make this stream so great. I have to shout out Randolph. You should all be checking out YouTube.com. Randolph Richardson. YouTube.com/Mark Reid Atheism. OnlyFans.com/Doorknobhead.
Atheist Junior.
That's right.
Jesus is a moth.
Jesus is a moth. Exactly. As well as our awesome mods who make this stream so great. And of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, or hey, why not share? It helps us reach an even larger audience with your family, friend, or that person you're debating with. And also hit that bell icon, because once you set it, you gain access. You will be able to see our premieres and gain reminders to join our live streams. What's up, interwebs? Or hey, why not be dealt with our sexuality? Come to terms with it. I don't know who I was aiming that with.
You said, hey, Buttercup came out of her.
Is it? Hi, little baby girl. She's both. She normally has the zoomies. She's all running around
crazy like a lunatic.
But she's a little sleepy right now. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll leave thanks on the next episode by reading it back after the show. The Skeptic and Ranting Discord server after party opens up, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members. Though the best way to help us make even more content and get into Propapalooza, that's right, baby, is by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night or good day, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pseudonym.
It
says cats died too premature.
Oh, that's really sad.
Well, I just want to say I'm sending love to your fur baby. One of the main reasons that we are such an amazing species, among other species, is that we mourn the dead. And I often am told that grief is the price of love. And so I'm sending you love, and I am sending love to the future generations. Part of the reason I think, if you know the story of the circle of life, is why we got Buttercup back here. And so sending love to everyone out there, and I'm still sending it.
Yes.
We will see you all, along with Gizmo, Buttercup, Penelope, and Moonlight. We will all see you, and Cooper, on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night.
Good night, guys.